What's up, motherfuckers? How you doing, bitches?
Fucking flies. Fuck off, bro.
Oh. Oh, I hit a dead body. Oh, is he not dead?
I've just grabbed the book. I just grabbed
Yeah,
the
got
book.
it.
I've got a freaking
Yo, what's up, Infuse? So, one thing I kind of want to touch on a little bit today at the start of stream is the understanding that is required to dive into a franchise that gets like a live action TV show or movies or maybe a combination of both. And I want you folks to understand from the get-go, I am not trying to like denigrate any of you or get on your asses or whatever. I'm trying to help you understand some fundamental truths about this, all right? That is my only goal by talking about this. So, I've got this friend who doesn't really know anything about Transformers, barely knows any names of any Transformers, and has been thinking about digging into the movies, the live-action films from Michael Bay. That's great. But I am trying to educate this young woman about the fact that just diving into the films in and of themselves, like just going into the live action films, you're going to like get enough of an understanding from those movies themselves to have the most basic level of understanding of what's going on throughout everything. But if you don't dive into the vast multiverse that is Transformers, that has always been Transformers, and you go watch this, you are going to miss so much. There's going to be so much information that you're going to be getting that you will have like zero reference for. And the same goes for any fandom and franchise. Now, for some fandoms and franchises, getting that background information is so much easier. Like, for example, for Middle-earth, Lotor, The Hobbit, all that. Getting a sufficient understanding to understand what happens in the course of the events of, like, the Lord of the Rings trilogy and the Hobbit movies doesn't require quite as much of a background, a deep dive going into it that, like, diving headfirst into, say, Marvel or DC would require. Because Lord of the Rings is not a multiverse. Same goes for Wheel of Time or Fallout, just to name a few other franchises that fit into that particular mold. None of those are a multiverse. None of those involve alternate universes. None of those are going to require as much of a deep dive into the background and the history and the lore that anything involving multiverses absolutely requires. There's a difference between the two types of things. Now, that said, I would again very much recommend when you're diving into anything that's a franchise where you have no working background knowledge and you're diving headfirst into, say, a movie based on it that's brand new, or say a TV show that's brand new for that particular franchise, I still very much recommend doing a deep dive into the lore. Because that way you can, and more often than not, will understand events that will be touched on that are historical to that timeline, that franchise, that led to events being depicted on screen or in a book or whatever form of media. So yes, I do recommend absolutely diving into the lore before you dive into whatever form of media for it that you're planning on diving into for any singular franchise. That I do recommend. Because doing so not only shows that you have a vested interest in that franchise, but it also demonstrates that you are an actual fan, or that you're at least seeking to be a true fan of the franchise. You're not just one of these one and done type of folks who are going to come in, you're going to see just the one thing or maybe a few things involved with that franchise, and then you're going to think that you're like this big expert or what the fuck ever. And then you're going to come around and you're going to go, oh, I know all this and all that and all this and all that, and I understand all this and all that and all this and all that. Because, to be perfectly frank, to be completely bluntly honest with you, that shit pisses people off. For fans like myself of franchises like Transformers, Wheel of Time, etc., if all you do is just get a little bit of information on that franchise, just a wee bit of it, like you maybe see a TV show that's based on it, and that's all you see or know about it, or you might have played like one video game that may be part of that franchise, and that's all you know, or you read a book that may be part of the franchise, and that's all you fucking know, and then you want to call yourself a fan and talk like you know something. Let me tell you something, motherfucker. You're going to piss off the actual fans, and we will call you out every single time. I'm on the nicer end of the fandoms in this regard. I'm being nice, telling you, don't fucking do that, because you are going to piss off a lot of people, and that's going to create way more problems than you will ever be willing to actually fucking deal with. Alright? Don't do it. It's stupid. Get to know the fucking franchises. Like, if you don't want to do the deepest of deep dives into the lore, I understand that. That's fine. Most of these franchises have a very detailed lore that is associated with them. And if those franchises involve multiverses, that lore becomes infinitely deeper. I understand that it is a shit ton of information to read about and take in. And that you wouldn't want to go like all in right off the fucking bat. I get it. That is understandable. But at the very, very least, if you want a fandom that you are brand new to even begin to dream remotely about taking you seriously as a fan of the franchise, you absolutely 100% need to put the fucking work in so that you have a true basic level of understanding of that franchise. A failure to show that minimum fucking level of respect for the franchise and the fandom that goes with it is simply disrespectful. And fans will let you know that they feel very much disrespected by that behavior. I'm just telling you so that you're aware. Like, I'm a fan of Harry Potter to a point, but I really don't know much of the lore associated with Potter beyond the films I saw. I've read maybe a third of the books cover to cover. The one time I had an opportunity to really dig into that. So I don't go around claiming that I know Harry Potter. I read up on Potter-related stuff here and there. I talk to fans. I associate with fans. I have discussions with them to help me further do a deep dive into the lore.
Oh my gosh.
Because I want to understand Harry Potter. I want to understand that universe. Because I think that universe is very interesting. I think it's a fun universe. But where I stand currently as a fan, I would barely qualify as a casual fan. And I recognize this.
Still gotta get an understanding of it. There was this, all those like peepholes.
All right, I absolutely recognize this. The fact that I am able to recognize this shows that I've grown and matured, that I understand how fandoms work, and that I'm really trying to make an effort to demonstrate to the true fandom that I want to be a part of them, that I want to be part of all of that, and that I am working towards that particular goal. This is the effort I would absolutely require from anybody that wishes to join a particular fandom. You need to put the work into learning the background and the history and the lore associated with that fandom before you can even dream of calling yourself a real fan. Until if and when you get to that point and you've put that work in, you are at best a casual fan of that franchise. At worst, you are merely a dabbler with little to any appreciable knowledge of the fandom and its associated lore. And again, I am not saying that to try to be an asshole. I'm not trying to degrade anybody. I'm not trying to denigrate anybody. I'm not trying to be a dick or anything like that. I'm trying to be honest with you. Because as a person, I have for years now promised myself to always be as honest as humanly possible in any given circumstance. So I am simply trying to be honest with you and tell you what the fandoms themselves are going to require from you in order to count yourself as a fan. Like a real fan, not at best a casual fan, at worst a mere dabbler. Now, there are multiple ways to go about digging into the lore of any particular singular franchise. But the two easiest ways I would recommend, and you could do either or both as a combination. The two simplest ways to start digging into it would be either A, to do an internet deep dive and start looking up like character bios, histories, lore, all that kind of thing. Or you can come over and you can find fans of that franchise who have in-depth knowledge, and you could go, okay, can you tell me about this and that and this other thing and that other thing, and absorb their knowledge and have discussions with them, and they will educate you on that particular franchise and that particular fandom. It's not that hard. Will these discussions be in depth? Will this research take time? Absolutely. So you'll have to fit it in where you can. But doing so demonstrates to the fandom of the franchise that you're willing to really get into it and get to the nitty-gritty and learn what you can. That's what we want. Like, if somebody comes to me and says, I'm a Power Rangers fan. I love Power Rangers. And I go, okay, so what do you love about them? Name some stuff that you know about Power Rangers. And they go, well, I've only seen like maybe 3 of the series. And that's it. They don't know anything else about Power Rangers. Whereas I, who have been there with the fandom since the first day it came out, and has even delved into their parent Sentais and watched the majority of that, I would look at you, and my first question would be, why do you think that only watching a couple of series would even begin to qualify you as a fucking fan? Because realistically, just watching like 2, 3, 4, or 5 series or however many it was doesn't mean anything. You don't really know anything. You know only what each individual series teaches you about that series. You don't know anything about the much deeper and broader lore, the comics, the video games, the board games, or any of the rest of it that goes with Power Rangers. Why do you feel that you are qualified to come to me, say, I'm a fan, I heard you're a fan, I'd like to talk about it? Why do you feel qualified to count yourself as a fan? You're not. Now, you could be a fan. Sure, I could help create a fan of you. I could help educate you on so much regarding that particular fandom, that particular franchise. But it is, at best, disingenuous of an individual to come out and only know like bits and pieces of a particular franchise and then claim to be an actual fan of that particular franchise.
Yeah. That's cool.
And it's disrespectful to the actual fans. And again, that is simply me being honest with you and wanting to help you understand what being a fan really means. If you're going to be a fan of something, you need to deep dive into the franchise. Learn its lore, learn all about it. Learn enough that when you have a conversation with another fan of that franchise, it's not just simply you being educated on basically the entirety of the franchise. It's you two going back and forth and you having informed opinions and being able to back up those informed opinions with actual factual information regarding the franchise. That's what being a fan is. It is knowing the lore, it's knowing the history, it's knowing the factual information well enough that at a bare minimum you can have an adult, educated discussion with another fan of the franchise who is similarly educated or perhaps more educated, and instead of being the one who is being consistently educated on the franchise about basically everything, you can go back and forth and you can express an educated opinion on things related to the franchise. That is the, at best, bare minimum level of education required to truly be considered a fan of any franchise. So, in the future, this is something I would like my viewers to keep in mind for themselves. If you want to be considered a fan of a franchise, please put the work in to educate yourself on said franchise. A failure to do so and then to come around to the fan base of that franchise and claim to be a fan of it
I'm out the rim, by the way,
will be considered
so. You waiting on Dickie?
at best incredibly rude, disrespectful, and insulting to actual franchise fans. And this is something that I need these fandoms to fucking these casual fans or dabblers in fandoms to truly understand. Because I honestly, I can tell you, and I'm not the only one, I've talked with fans of franchises before about this subject. I can tell you with absolute certainty
Yeah, actually, oh yeah, that's a point. That's a point. You made that.
that true fans of a franchise really do fucking despise when, like, a person comes in who claims to be a fan of that franchise, and then you go to try to have an adult educated discussion with them, and you end up having to educate them on that franchise. We fucking hate that. And I've run into it being a casual fan at best of certain franchises. I have. I've watched something, and that would be like my first introduction to that thing, and I go to talk about it with another actual fan, and they're like, "You don't really know shit about this. So let me educate you about it. Let me talk to you. Let me tell you what the deal is, so that next time you can come in, you can have a stronger discussion on your side of it about the franchise." Now, also, mind you, if you come in and you say you're a fan but you don't really know much and you wanna learn about it a lot more, we don't hate that. As actual fans of a particular franchise, we don't hate that at all. We're actually highly supportive of that. We encourage it, as I'm encouraging right now for you to do that. It's when you come in, say you're a fan, and try to act like you know a whole bunch or everything or what have you, and then we have to fucking educate you and school you in the process. That's the kind of so-called fan we fucking despise. Hello, Monster. Oh, I'm just having a little bit of an educational discussion about being a fan of a franchise and the requirements that comes with it. Essentially, I am telling individuals that if you want to claim to be a fan of a franchise, you need to dive into the lore. You need to educate yourself on the lore of that franchise, so that if you come in and you find someone who's a real fan, who has done that deep dive, who has educated themselves on the franchise, and you go, "I'm such a big fan, let's talk about it," then it turns out you really don't know jack shit. You don't piss off fans of that franchise, and you don't make yourself look like the ass you are to fans of the franchise. Because there's a difference, like I just said, when I saw you come in, I saw what you were saying in my chat, saying hello and all. There's a difference between someone who is essentially, at best, a casual fan, at worst, a dabbler with a franchise, who comes in and says, "Hey, I'd love it if we could talk about this. I don't really know a whole lot. I just know this little bit or that little bit, and I want to dive into it. I want to know." If you say something along those lines to an actual fan of that franchise, we welcome you in with open arms. We do. We will sit there, we will talk about this for hours with you. We will have hours-long discussions, and we'll welcome your questions, we'll answer them, and we'll do all the things. But if you come in with the whole, "I'm a fan of this franchise," and you have this like era or aura or attitude about you, where you act like you know everything and then you run into an actual fan and you act like that, that's what actual fans of that particular franchise fucking despise. Like, we will straight up call your ass out and put you on blast quick as shit while giving you an actual education in that particular fandom. Now, unfortunately, most of the time, in those cases, those particular instances, that results with the so-called fan running the fuck away and then going to find somebody else to bother. And that's unfortunate. Because those so-called fans don't understand that we're not trying to be assholes. We're trying to be educational, and we're trying to show them why we are so offended at their behavior. Are we going about it the right way? Probably not. There's a good chance. At least a 50-50. It depends on the person and the fan and the fandom. But we don't like being disrespected so severely by an individual who claims to be a fan of a franchise and turns out they don't know jack or shit. And then you come in trying to represent like you know jack and shit, and we find out real quick you don't, and we're like, the fuck? People need to understand that to actual real fans of a franchise, that sort of behavior is about as disrespectful as you're going to get to actual fans of the franchise. And those fans will not tolerate that sort of behavior. Like I gave an example. I know a little bit about Harry Potter. I've read maybe a third of the books cover to cover one time. I sort of remember them. I've watched all the movies at least once, including the newer stuff. So I get what's going on in the films, and you know I've made at least some of the connections between the various films. But I would not at all try to go out of my way to represent myself as a true Harry Potter fan. Because the truth of it is that while I am somewhat educated on the franchise, enough that I could just barely have an educated discussion on the subject, my level of information and knowledge of the fan base is not sufficient that I could reasonably call myself a real, true fan of that franchise. But when it comes to, like, say, Power Rangers or Transformers, while I'm still learning new stuff about both of those franchises all the time, it would be more than reasonable to qualify me as an expert in those subjects, in those fandoms, because I've grown up on them. I've done some really massive deep dives into them. I am very well educated in those fandoms. And again, yes, I learn new things about them constantly, because the state of the fandoms, the information and the lore involved is consistently changing day to day. I get that. So you have to continually try to keep up with all of the new changes and everything else. But that doesn't take away from the fact that I am a true fan of franchises of that nature. I will only call myself a true fan of a franchise in which I am highly educated on the subject matter. I am not highly educated on the subject matter of, say, Harry Potter or Dragonheart or The Walking Dead. I'm a fan of them, at least to a degree, but I'm not highly educated on them. I am a casual fan at best at this moment. And there is a distinctive difference between the casual fan at best or mere dabbler at worst in a franchise versus someone who has taken the time and the effort and educated themselves on the lore of the franchise and thus would be considered an actual true fan of it. And I'm just appealing to viewers to say, if you want to talk about a franchise, do us all a favor and educate yourself on that franchise first. A lot of ways to do it. And again, the two easiest are to either go on the internet, do a deep dive, and just read about all of the things, or find a fan of the franchise and have a discussion with them. Come up to them, say, hey, I saw this little bit, or I read this little bit, or however you were introduced to it. I'd love to know more about this franchise. Can you help educate me on it? Can you help me learn about it? Or maybe do a combination of those two things. Like, that would be the easiest three methods to learn about a franchise of which you are basically only peripherally aware of. But to come out, and be only peripheral aware of a franchise, and then to find a fan and start running your mouth claiming to be a real fan of the franchise and do that to someone who actually is a real fan of it, like, that's when you're not, like, that's going to get you in trouble. Because we will view that as extreme disrespect towards the franchise and towards its fan base. That's just how it goes. And again, it's not me trying to be an asshole. I'm not being a dick. I'm simply trying to be bluntly honest and informative. Alright? Now, before we get into this, I need to get up and use the bathroom real quick. And grab me a new cup of coffee right quick and in a hurry. So I will be back fairly quickly. So hang tight, and once I get back, I will figure out where the fuck I'm at in the game right now. And we will continue gameplay. Ah, god damn it. All right, motherfuckers. So, I'm back. And we're about ready to start diving into gameplay. Now, mind you, with this game, because this is Mass Effect 2, this is the second game out of the trilogy. This game requires a lot of time scanning planets in full to gather resources for upgrades to the ship, to your weapons and armor and biotics and all these other things. So that does take a lot of time. You will see me doing that in the course of playing the game. I will try to intersperse doing that between missions, but there are a lot of planets in this game that I need to do this to. So you just got to kind of bear with me. If I wish to be as successful as possible, this is something I have to do. Oh shit, I forgot to grab a cup of coffee. God damn it. I am a retarded fucking moron, I swear. I also appreciate the follow, Monster. Or Monster. Alright, give me a minute. Gotta get up off my ass one last time for a while. Go grab coffee. I'll be right back. That figures, Mid. You're working at Wally World. Okay, I know where I'm at. Start of a brand new mission. I'm doing all right, more or less.
Powered out. What if the trust blocked the transfer? Grant laughed. The owner has been invisible for years. Invisible people do not suddenly grow a spine. Stephen
This is a secure facility.
Printer receipt,
All
voicemail
weapons must
transfer,
be declared upon entry and checked with security personnel on station.
something he would overlook. Hannah appeared in my bedroom doorway wearing a navy dress and no wedding ring. I want to come. You do not owe anyone a performance. I know I owe myself a witness. We rode the bus downtown because Grant had taken her car keys when he froze the account. The Civic Auditorium was
trying to make sure that whatever there is to get here,
Before we discuss this, she said brightly, I need you to confirm that
I
you have
get
no
it.
financial claim against the Rose Mercer Community Trust. What trust? Charles smiled as though I had delivered a line he had rehearsed for me. Exactly. There is no active trust. Your sister is cleaning up an old clerical form. Natalie slid over a waiver saying Grandma's mill and dormant accounts belong to her. It also released the bank, Charles, and the Veterans Foundation from future claims. You said you found something for Eli. I did. Sign first. Eli stood on his toes to see the envelope. Is that great grandma's? Natalie leaned closer to him with a smile that never reached her eyes. It can be, sweetheart. Your mother just wishes on making everything difficult. I read the waiver again. The notary date was from the previous Monday. But the signature line was blank. The document identifier in the footer ended with the letters
Damn it all. He's aligning the dish to a new upload target. You have a clear line of sight to our satellite. This is going to be tight.
That was the first one. I folded the waiver once and placed it back on the counter. Opened the envelope. Natalie glanced toward Charles. He gave a small nod. Inside was a ceremonial check payable to Rose Mercer. An organization I helped start $5 million. The memo line read, Veterans Transitional Care. My name appears to be bid as authorized subject to approval on demand. I saw Grandma's dream of a job training center. Then I noticed that she took symbolic salutations after real funds required trust documents and orders. Natalie knew that, but she raised her voice before I could say it. A fake $5 million check with your name on it? You really thought we'd cash this? You brought it here? I brought an old envelope. You slipped that paper inside. Charles stepped between Eli and the counter, blocking the phones from seeing his face. Lauren, sign the waiver and leave. We can call this confusion instead of attempted fraud. That was when I understood
Weapons
that
ready.
had not invited me to receive any and he needed me frightened enough. When I reached for Grandma's
Put them down.
officers entering through the front doors. Graham Bell kept staring at my brass key. The senior officer separated us. Natalie talked quickly about aggressive behavior. I waited, then handed him my identification. The text, Eli confirmed that he had left messages aloud while I drove. The guards admitted I had threatened no one. No arrest is being requested by the bank, Graham said. Natalie, you are suspended from storing all your work, footage, documents, and your own computer. Then he asked me to meet him the
This
next
is Project
morning.
Overlord with an emergency message to Cerberus Command. We've experienced a catastrophic security failure and are requesting assistance.
My sister had always been afraid
What do you
that
mean an
anything given
outgoing
to me had been
concert jack?
taken
How
from
do you
her.
do
Grandma
that?
raised us above her mill after our mother died. Natalie learned to impress donors.
This is Project
I learned to
Overlord
repair
with an
machines.
emergency
During
message to
Grandma's final
Cerberus
years,
Command.
Natalie
We've
controlled her
experienced a
appointments while
catastrophic
Charles
security
advised her
failure
as a
and are
hero.
requesting
Natalie
assistance.
claimed the mill belonged to a company she managed. I received the phone tin, the keys, and one sentence. A closed door is not the same as an empty room. At home after the bank incident, I opened the tin. Beneath the recipe cards, I found a narrow door with wooden key. Key fit into it, but there was no signature. When I pressed down, the false bottom lifted. Inside lay a faded employee badge bearing Grandma's photo and the words Rose Mercer Textile Cooperative. On the back, she had written 3 names: Graham Bell, Maya Jenkins, and Samuel Ortiz. Maya was the young bank archivist who had watched from behind the counter while Natalie tore the check. Samuel had been the mill's night custodian. I barely slept. The next morning, Graham met me. Attorney from the no cameras waiting. No dramatic crowd. Just Eli and a chain of established Rose Harbor workshop to train veterans, military spouses, and young adults. The $5 million property. And why is my name on the You're right, because your letters from deployment. Mechanics leaving the service with practical skills employers refused to recognize. I had drawn workshops in the margins. I never imagined she had saved one. The trust file vanished shortly before Grandma died. Natalie claimed the trust was dissolved while Charles waited for a Friday deadline to buy the land. Why didn't anyone tell me? Graham looked ashamed. Natalie recorded that you declined the role in writing. Maya opened a folder and showed me a scanned letter with my name typed beneath the signature. The signature looked almost right, but the date placed me at home on a Tuesday when I had been stationed at Fort Adams for emergency logistics training. I felt something colder than anger. If you have ever watched a relative use your silence as permission to rewrite your life, you know how lonely that moment felt. I had spent years wondering if I was too suspicious, too wounded, too difficult. If you believe I was right,
Get ready to fight.
Watch your right.
The state attorney scheduled an emergency hearing. Charles involved stage to announce demolition of the station. City council.
Structural integrity of dish has been compromised.
Presentation remote in hand. Eli and I took seats near the back. I wore no uniform, medals, or rank insignia. Grandma had three badges.
Go get him.
Independent examiner. She explained each timestamp in plain language. Natalie's credentials. She is a junior employee with a grudge. Those records can be misunderstood. That was the answer we expected. Graham entered from the side aisle carrying a gray
You've done it. You've severed the link to the satellite.
Gotta be kidding.
Over here!
What the hell's going on around here?
She described the trust, named each
Man's
custodian,
reach
and explained
exceeded
why she
his
divided them.
grasp.
Near the end, she said Natalie
Come
had
on,
mistaken
I'll
being seen for
explain.
being worthy. A title cannot make a person a steward, Graham said. Only the care they take when no one is clapping can do that. Natalie stared at the floor. The state
Honestly, that went really well, all things considered.
You bought us some time, so probably not much. This isn't over yet.
No crowd suddenly became noble. The lobby videos spread, but the people who had judged me mostly deleted their posts instead of apologizing. The guard who cornered Eli was dismissed. The one who told the truth kept his job and apologized to my son. Charles's investors withdrew. His company lost the option and faced civil claims. Natalie left through a side door with her
Who did you say you were?
Dr. Gavin Archer, chief scientist at this facility, and probably the only one left.
You owe us that explanation.
This is Project Overlord, an attempt to gain influence over the Geth by interfacing a human mind with a VI. The results have been less than satisfactory.
I'd hate to see what you call a disaster.
You can't dismiss the entire project. We did succeed, at least partially. My brother, David, volunteered to serve as a test subject, but his mind couldn't handle the VI connection. He's like a virus now, infecting our networks and seizing control of any technology. It's why you had to destroy the dish. Imagine if his program got off-world.
How does he take control of electronics?
This is a hybrid intelligence the likes of which I've never seen. I don't know where the man ends and the machine begins.
What's the worst-case scenario?
A technological apocalypse. Every machine, every weapon, every computer could be turned against us. If he hit the extra man, who knows where it would end.
Repair benches where teenagers could learn to fix bicycles and small engines. Above his bench, he hung grandma's employee badge in a plain wooden frame. On opening morning, former workers, military families, and neighborhood kids filled the mill. I stood at the back while Maya unlocked the main doors. There were no giant portraits of me and no plaques.
You should have considered that before you started the experiment.
We couldn't be expected to account for every outcome. Certainly not the abomination David has become. David, the VI has fortified itself in the main laboratory at Atlas Station. It's in lockdown now.
Where sunlight rested across the empty workbenches. Not for the door, I said. I closed the cash box, but I did not lock it.
To enter, you need to manually override security from our facilities in the Prometheus and Vulcan stations.
No one in my family was waiting beside them to decide whether I was allowed.
How does the lockdown work?
It's a fail-safe procedure in the event of an emergency. Normally, all 3 project leads have to agree to cancel the lockdown. I'm the only one left now. I can give my authorization, but you'll have to manually reset the other 2 yourself.
And what happens if I have to kill your brother?
And neither do they, apparently. What do you do?
Let's just hope it doesn't come to that.
Tell me about Vulcan and Prometheus stations.
Vulcan Station is our geothermal plant. It generates power for the 4 outposts. Prometheus Station is a crashed Geth ship full of dormant machines. We use them for our experiments.
What happens on this station?
This is Hermes Station, our communications uplink with the wider galaxy. If you hadn't destroyed the dish in time, the outcome would have been catastrophic.
What went wrong with the experiment?
David volunteered to interface with the VI to give it genuine consciousness. Theoretically, it should have been safe, but with artificial intelligence, there's no such thing as safe.
Then you shouldn't have attempted it.
And what if you'd never attempted to find the Reapers, Commander? Where would the galaxy be then? Sometimes you have to ignore the risks.
Captured by Lance's ring doorbell camera, where you see the officers approach the house, and they notice the ring doorbell.
What can you tell me about Atlas Station?
Atlas Station is the main laboratory where all of our VI experiments take place. It's your final goal once you've overridden the lockdown. It's also where my brother became something else.
Tell me more about Project Overlord.
We wanted to turn the Geth's religious impulse into a weapon. When we saw them following Saren, we realized they could be swayed. And if a proper figurehead was created, a virus with a face, if you will, the Geth might be controlled.
That's an ambitious undertaking.
It would be the perfect weapon. Victory without casualties. We could avoid war with the Geth altogether. That was the plan, anyway.
I'm heading out now.
The other stations are all within driving distance. Best of luck, Commander.
This thing is fun to fly, but it is very difficult to control because the controls are incredibly touchy. All right, I'm going to give you guys a chance to pick my squad to go into this section of the mission. You see the squad members on screen. You're going to have exactly as much time as it takes me
Sir, what's your name? Sir, what's your name?
to go on ahead
Who are you with? State. Who are you with? City?
and run to the restroom.
What's your badge?
So, start making your choices.
What's your name and badge number?
We will number them. Number 1 will be Zaid.
No, sir, I asked you
2,
your badge number.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9.
Oh, hold on. What's your name and badge number? And you're with? Okay, yours.
Don't necessarily have to know who they are, though you can take the time to look them up
And you're with? And you, sir?
while I'm in the bathroom.
All right, thank you, sir.
I'll be back shortly. Hang tight. All right, so what are your 2 picks? I only get 2 people.
That the fugitive that they were looking for was inside Lance's house. According to their own words, they received an anonymous tip that the fugitive.
So I see mid is going Miranda, Jacob, Grunt. You have to pick 2 of those.
Anonymous tips cannot form the basis of probable cause, which is why they did not have a warrant. They should have investigated the anonymous tip, in which case
All right.
they would have discovered that it was not credible. Instead, they just got the boys together and they rolled up on the house, destroyed private property, and then commenced an illegal search. While the homeowner gave the officers consent to go inside the house, he subsequently revoked that consent after finding out that the officers were acting off a bogus anonymous tip, and he thought they were being rude to him. They had already invaded the curtilage of his home and destroyed private property prior to obtaining that consent. They had no legal justification to do so, and therein violated the Fourth Amendment. Lance is looking to file a lawsuit if any information is watching the YouTube channel as a member. If you have a video you want me to review, please send it my way. Let me know in the comments.
In Iowa, actually, it's Commander, this is Archer. I advise extreme caution. Vulcan Station is our geothermal plant. They stopped reporting in shortly after the experiment.
Scanning area. Analysis. VI infection is present within plant machinery. Advise caution.
Oh yeah, this area is fun.
Scanning area. Analysis. Vending stations provide adequate velocity to enhance vehicle lift.
There we go. Just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing nothing. All right, Pokeballs in chat.
Thruster velocity is inadequate to clear the wall ahead.
We're terminating you effective immediately. Security will escort you out the CEO sunset on his first day as CEO. Not even looking up from his laptop. Meeting in 3 hours should be interesting. He had no idea I owned 72% of the company. He said not even looking up from his MacBook. Still logged into his first 55 years old. Watching this kid who I taught how to read financial statements.
Fake activity.
And handed over my badge with the kind of calm you learn after 28 years in logistics and 6 years in the Navy.
And there we go.
Taking cover!
Impact shot!
Well, that went better than I expected it to. Especially with the big fucking mech, who essentially has 3 fucking life bars. Oh, I'm well aware of the strengths and weaknesses of my team. Honestly, when it comes to like shield breaking, me and Liara are much better off.
I hear you, Doctor. We've hit the override at Boston Station and are moving on. Shepard out.
And frankly, at this point, shields really aren't too much of an issue, except on the giant goddamn mechs.
Station was a success. You still need to go to Prometheus Station and override the lockdown from there. Good luck.
I can easily punch through shields with gunfire, so... And Katsumi is really good. She has an ability to tactically disappear and then basically one or two shot an opponent from melee range. So she's really good. Getting up there from that point.
On the night my mother canceled my 30th birthday because my sister needed a family, Dad texted, "You're the strong one." So I drove to Grandpa's lake house. And his attorney, Dad's, and they tell me it was yours too. You're canceling your birthday. I've said before you finish saying it, Walter needs us. Just let him manage and say it. Place to arrange beside cases of restaurant deposit headquarters that morning. Photographer was born. My aunt's hotel room was paid for. Relatives who had skipped weirdly every day. And in my mind, that finally promised to play. What happened? I asked. She hadn't had a terrible flight. She's barely a year so together. Paused while Mom was still speaking. I read it twice. I've been reading versions of that sentence my entire life. I have been strong enough. It's panic attack.
Hostile activity detected. Your sister is a crisis. I heard you.
Another Cerberus data packet has been recovered. 3 more remain. Instead of canceling, I tried to send dinner to a woman shelter that I've been trying to fund a volunteer appreciation night. I packed my suitcase, my savings, and a joint account had access to from years earlier, and drove 4 hours north. My grandfather's lake house sat at the end of a narrow private line with pine trees. I'd always called the place impractical, isolated, and expensive. She discouraged me from visiting because of my family bed. Grandpa Walter had died 8 months earlier. According to Mom, he had left behind an aging cabin, neglected land, and piles of unpaid bills. She kept saying a developer wanted the property and selling would be best for everyone. Whenever I asked to see the estate documents, she said the attorney was still sorting things out. It was almost midnight when I reached the house. The porch light was on. A tall man in a gray coat stepped outside as I parked. One foolish second, the shape of him hanging near Grandpa. Claire Bennett, he asked. Yes, I'm Daniel Ross, your grandfather's attorney. I tightened my grip on my bag. What are you doing here? Walter asked me to be here this week. This week? Daniel studied my face. He believed your mother would find a reason to keep you away around your 30th birthday. The cold went straight through my coat. He unlocked the door and let me into Grandpa's study. His reading lamp still leaned toward the leather chair. A chip glove full of pencils sat near a half-completed crossword. On the desk was a photograph of me at 17. No polished family portrait. No picture of her or anything else that frames what had said it. Just me. David, please don't remember this. Your grandfather left you the house. 30 acres private land and the controlling shares in
Alright. Yeah, that's going the way I don't need to go.
It managed timber leases, conservation parcels, and commercial properties across 3 counties. I don't understand. You become the controlling beneficiary on your 30th birthday. That's too bad. Yes, I'm out for Troy. Mom said the estate was mostly dead. She wasn't authorized to tell you that, even with a second folder, until my birthday.
Just because.
They have taught you that being capable means surrendering what belongs to you. It does not. Strike is not Daniel's permission for you to take. Protect the lake. Protect your work. Protect yourself. I read it until the letters were written. The birthday cancellation had not been granted. Protect your this week. This crisis gave them a reason to keep me away from the lake. Battling the family routine where I was tired, guilty, and easy to pressure. I asked. Daniel hesitated, then opened his laptop. He showed me an email Lauren had sent home 2 days before calling about it. Are you sure Claire will go along with it? Those reply was beneath it. She'll be angry, but she always comes back. Once she signs the extension, we can fix the account later. Lauren had answered. When she asks about Grandpa's company, she doesn't know she owns it. The pain was different than every earlier disappointment. Wasn't always looking for excuses. Maybe Lauren truly was unstable. Maybe Paul was overwhelmed. Maybe Dad believed he was keeping peace. This did not have been granted. They intended to cancel my birthday, drag me into Lauren's break. The document me extending Mom's control over the company for 5 more years. Whisper had recently increased its offer for the shortwave. If Lauren gained control, she could sell the land, recover what she had taken, and give Lauren a new future. It's now in the plans to decide what to say. Please take account of the warning. After that, you can treat this as a family dispute or pursue it as financial misconduct. All my life, Mom had asked why I wanted Lauren to suffer whenever I refused to absorb the consequences of her choices. Sitting in Grandpa's study, I finally saw the question she never asked. Why was I always the acceptable person to hurt?
All right, again, I give chat the ability to pick my companions.
With a camera,
Remember, only 2.
windows, unpaid contractor invoices,
And at this point, it doesn't really matter who I get. We're going to power through pretty much everything. I'm still early game.
brown paper. Grandpa had kept all of it. A charcoal
So I can do with any of them.
sketches of small cabins around the lake. A childish blueprint labeled art.
I will give you 4 minutes.
Beneath the drawings was another envelope. Inside, Grandpa documented moments I remembered only as disappointments. When I was 12, he created education funds for both granddaughters. Mine was larger because I had been accepted into a summer arts program. 2 years later, Lauren was caught stealing an exam at private school.
No, this is entirely chat's choice, so you pick the 2.
I've been told the program lost my application. When I was 16, Grandpa helped me open an online shop for prints. Mom closed it after Lauren said my success made her feel worthless. I had been told there were tax problems. When I was 23, a small gallery invited me into a group exhibition. Lauren had just ended an engagement and threatened to harm herself if the family attended my opening. Mom convinced me to withdraw. The last page included a message she had sent Grandpa. Claire recovers from disappointment. Lauren doesn't. We have to put our resources where they're most needed. Resources. That was how my mother described my future. Because I did not collapse in public, she treated me as endlessly renewable. Lauren learned that distress brought attention, money, and protection. I learned that competence made me available for sacrifice. Daniel brought in an accountant named Renee, who had worked with Grandpa's company. Together, we traced the withdrawals and secured the records. I stayed at the lake. Mom called every day. At first, I ignored her. Then Daniel suggested I answer once and let her believe I had not discovered everything. Claire, thank God, she said. You've been terrified. You knew where I was going. Lauren thinks you hate her. I don't hate her. Mom softened immediately. Then come home this weekend. We'll have dinner. Your father has a few papers about the lake house, but they're routine. There was not an apology, not a question about whether I was safe. The papers. I'll think about it. We're your family. For 30 years, those words had closed every door I tried to open. This time, they sounded like evidence. During the next month, I met company managers, reviewed property contracts, and stopped the shoreline sale. I replaced the financial administrator who had approved Mom's transfers without proper documentation. I also met the director of a regional art school. Grandpa had spoken to her about creating workshops and short-term residencies.
Pokeballs out.
We began drafting a realistic plan. For the first time, painting was not the childish interest my family tolerated until Lauren needed something. It was part of the work Grandpa had trusted me to continue. Lauren called from 3 different numbers. You're punishing everyone over a birthday party, she said when I finally answered. This isn't about the party. Then what is it about? She sounded frightened, not confused. She wanted to know how much I knew. You tell me. The silence lasted too long. Then she started crying. Usually, that sound changed my body before it changed my mind. My chest tightened. My voice softened. I began looking for something I could surrender. This time, I I saw the email. She doesn't know she owns it. You don't care what happens to me, Lauren whispered. I've stopped believing something has to happen to me instead. I ended the call. 6 weeks after my birthday, Mom invited me to dinner. Daniel waited in his car 2 streets away. Renee had already organized copies of the bank records. No formal complaint had been filed yet. I wanted one answer before I decided what came next. Did Dad know? He opened the door and hugged me. There's my strong girl. The words almost made me turn around. Inside, Mom had arranged a replacement birthday dinner. A grocery store cake sat on the sideboard with 31 candles because she said we could celebrate next year early. Lauren wore an oversized sweater and no makeup. She had perfected the appearance of fragility. For 10 minutes, everyone pretended we were repairing something. Then Mom placed a document beside my plate. We should handle this before dessert, she said. It only lets me manage Walter's property until the estate is settled. I turned to Dad. Did you read this? He looked at his wine. Your mother understands these things better than I do. That wasn't my question. Lauren crossed her arms. Why are you making this hostile? I looked directly at her. When did you learn Grandpa left the company to me? Her expression changed before she could stop it. Mom answered quickly. No one knows what Walter intended. He was confused near the end. He passed 3 independent evaluations during the year he amended the trust. Mom's hand stopped beside her glass. I opened my leather folder and laid the will, trust amendment, transfer records, and emails across the table. Dad picked up the first page. By the third, his breathing had changed. $387,600, I said. That's what left me.
Hey, Blue Daisy!
Some of it passed through your joint account. Dad looked at Mom. Ellen, she recovered fast. That money belonged to the family. Your grandfather created divisions that never should have existed. You were planning to sell.
I missed you coming in. How you doing, darling?
Whose future? Lauren struck the table with her palm. Stop acting like you earned any of this. Grandpa gave it to you because you kept visiting him and making him feel sorry for you. I visited because he was alone. You always needed to look better than me. There it was. Not need, not illness, not misunderstanding, resentment. Lauren did not only want support. She wanted proof that anything I built could be redirected toward her. Mom stepped between us. Your sister has struggled in ways you'll never understand. I understand more than you think. I placed the printed emails in front of Lauren. She stopped talking. Dad read one line aloud. She doesn't know she owns it. He looked at Mom. You planned the cancellation. I was preventing Claire from making an impulsive decision. You canceled her birthday to get her signature. She would have signed eventually. Dad turned toward me with an expression I had spent years hoping to see. Horror, finally aimed in the correct direction. I didn't know about the trust, but you knew Mom used my education money. He lowered his eyes. You knew she took my savings from Lauren's apartment. You knew I co-signed a lease Lauren abandoned. You knew every celebration of mine disappeared when Lauren objected. I thought your mother replaced the money. Did you ever check? He had no answer. Mom gathered.
Alright, folks, so it is time to make your final fucking decision.
You're emotional. We'll discuss it when you calm down. I placed my hand over the documents. No, tonight, you listen. I told them the accounts were frozen.
Who do you want me to take with me?
So her proposal had been rejected. Every relevant record had been copied and preserved. Then I gave them 2 choices. They could return all.
There are 9 choices starting at your left with Zahid in the gold, black, and white uniform,
Or I would authorize civil action and refer the
and ending with Kasumi in the dark hooded uniform.
decisions might. Lauren shoved back her chair. You're destroying us over money you don't even need. That sentence removed my last doubt. She was not sorry the money had been taken. She was furious that it had stopped. Dad looked at her. What did you spend it on? The truth came out in pieces. The apartment, the car, the boutique, the retreat, the wedding venue. Evan had ended their relationship after discovering Lauren had told people she owned Grandpa's company. Her breakdown was real only because the future she had invented was collapsing. Dad walked out of the dining room. Mom followed him. Lauren stayed beside the fallen chair. You always win, she said. I looked at the cheap cake Mom had purchased as proof that harm could be repaired with frosting. No, I said. You were protected from losing. 3 days later, Mom attempted to transfer the family home into Lauren's name. That decision ended any chance of keeping the matter private. The house had been used as collateral for loans tied to Lauren's business. The attempted transfer triggered bank reviews and creditor questions. Dad gave investigators passwords, tax records, and old statements. He moved into a small apartment and later filed for divorce. His cooperation did not erase his passivity. When he came to the lake, he stood in Grandpa's study with both hands in his coat pockets.
Alright, since no one's giving me choices, we are gonna go this route.
You knew helping her always meant taking from me. His eyes filled. You never fell apart. That doesn't mean I wasn't damaged. I understand now. You understand the consequences now. That isn't the same thing. He accepted that without asking me to comfort him. The civil case forced Mom to surrender the house and liquidate assets purchased with estate funds. She avoided prison. Restitution, probation, financial monitoring, and community service. Lauren lost the apartment and the car. She rented a room, found an administrative job, and began repaying a small amount each year. For a long time,
Commander Shepard, Prometheus Station has crashed. Gas ship full of dormant machines used in our experiment. Our people there have gone silent. It's likely the VI has activated the defense shields to keep you out. Good luck.
visited twice a year. Our relationship became polite and limited. Mom wrote letters.
Yes. This is gonna be so fun.
Eventually sent
This part I actually am not a big fan of.
maybe I didn't understand every legal detail, but I understood enough. Myself believed you could survive it because that made accepting it easier. I used being fragile as power. I'm sorry. I kept the letter. I did not reopen the door. An apology could be sincere without becoming a game. 10 years after the cancer death, the property had changed completely. We restored Grandpa's house. We left small cabins, converted the workshop into studios, and an exhibition hall facing the protected shoreline. Artists came
Let's hear for the moment.
What's in the box of possibly meat? Is it a cat or is it Jesus? What's in the box of possibly meat? Together, what's in the box of... What's in the box of possibly meat? Is it a... Or is it... What's in the box of possibly meat? You there, sir? Think on your feet. What's in the box of possibly meat? Cat, okay? Oh... It's an Amazon Alexa!
Attention visitors. This server's facility contains hazardous AI technology. You agree to assume all liability for personal injuries or deaths that may occur during your visit. Thank you.
Oh, great.
It doesn't take a special detective inspector. We just got word that the station wants a dozen more kids for the experiment. And I hope this gets a breakthrough as close. Hanging around all these dormant machines is creepy. It's like dead staring at us from the shadows. I'd rather work at Vulcan Station.
This vehicle here had 8 bells on it. They just passed us. And I looked up and it took off.
Lefty just ran a simulation. If these kids ever wake up, there's a 98% chance they'll be dead.
Pokeballs out.
Halloween was yesterday. Lefty ran around wearing spare gift parts. Spooked the shit out of everyone. Now I infinitely hate him.
Any family around here?
Took me just a moment to figure out what to do with all that. There we go. Yo, Mystic, what's up?
Like she was bracing for the explosion she'd expected. Good to know, I said. And then I
violation of your confidentiality
I
agreement.
named the man who I've known since college calls me alarmingly unbothered by the way she means as a compliment. And what I have never been is the kind of person who fools. Priscilla knows this. Priscilla has known this her entire life, which is why I've always found it strange that she keeps trying to make me fool anyway.
Emergency action required.
The house was made Priscilla, as executor, was responsible for filing the will on her account. Simple. Simple. In the first few months, I gave Priscilla one. She was working too. She was jealous. I know caregiving in homes for years. State buses.
How'd you like that?
Things are fine. Those recipe books, I'm dating them. Since I was 16 to the rest of it, because Priscilla said she had the sale, we'd split it most things. I'll take care of it, she said. Priscilla stopped answering my texts, and she stopped answering some of them at all. When I asked for updates on the estate, she was still working for the paper.
Watch for heavy fire.
Wallace is found out. I called Wallace's office twice. The estate was in process. By month 12, I heard my return.
Rising pressure, low detected.
State and property law, and she can't recognize against her own intentions. The first thing Priscilla when I laid out the situation was pull the deed. So we did. And that's when I found out the Treasurer's office had filed paperwork with the Byrd County
Go for the office.
Priscilla was executor. I said she had access to all the estate documents. She had my contact information from the attorney. She apparently told Wallace's office that I agreed to her. Did you know? No, I never received it. Did you receive it? Not a single.
It's now one.
And you said you saw the deed? I'm looking at the copy right now. That is not my signature. I've signed my name the same way since I was 16. That is not it. There was a pause on her end. Everything she said, I need you to understand what I'm about to say. What you're describing is deed fraud. Specifically, forging a proper signature on a transfer deed. That is not a simple matter. That is a fraud. But something about hearing criticism. Flat, certain, professional, made it land difficult, made it real. I know, I said. Put you together, everything together, any tests, even
For trouble.
I can do that without. I gathered it. Because I am someone who wants to do it. I did something else. I reached out. The house had sold to me. For 3 years. Closed it. I found their names on the sale document. I wrote them a careful, official letter explaining that I was the co-owner of the property, that I had not consented to the sale, and that my attorney would be in contact with it. I was not angry at the Eckharts. They bought a house in good faith. What was coming wasn't about them. And then, 11 days after Brett and I started building the case, 14 months after my mother's death, and approximately 2 seconds before I might have reached out to Priscilla, my sister called me at 11:47.
Smoke the boss out.
Exactly what she'd done. She called me. Greg said next week. I called her at 8:15. She actually called you at 22. She said, and I'm quoting, I already saw it. You were never getting anything. I just thought you should know. A long pause. Did you record it? No, I wasn't expecting it. But my phone shows the timestamp, and I can confirm the substance of what was said. What did you say back? I said, good to know, and hung up. Another pause, and then, quietly, like she was almost talking to herself. I've been doing this for 19 years. That might be the single most powerful thing a client
They've seen us.
every one of them go to voicemail. I know what you do. I shoot the text. Communication goes through me now. What happens next? I said, I filed a complaint with the prosecutor. Fern County Sheriff's Office will be reaching out to her soon. Wait to discuss the deed. In the meantime, I filed a motion with the probate court to reopen the ground distribution disclosure and have subpoenaed Willis Rose as well as medications the signature was forged. That's possible, but it's this found out signature, and we need to understand how that happened. It's the signature by the Priscilla took $318,000 out of the state she she committed fraud. What happened over the next 3 weeks was not dramatic in the way I think people imagine legal proceedings are dramatic. It was an agreement with a gallery and a gavel. It was
After you, just a second.
file motions, conference calls.
Watch your right.
Each hands from Fern County Sheriff's Office called me on Thursday afternoon
Broken.
to describe in detail the
Combat road ready. Did I do that?
Tuesday night. She called to herself. Detective Chan said it wasn't a fair question. She did it. She said she'd seen me. She said I wasn't getting anything. Her words were, "You were never getting anything." I heard Detective Chan's ring. Did she explain why she called? She didn't explain. She stated, "If you said good to know," and then I entered the call. Silence. Then Detective Chance made a small sound that might have been a laugh. She immediately suppressed. "Okay," she said. been cancelled. You can now reach Atlas Station and end this nightmare. You'll need to find the main server room there to shut down the VI experiment. Good luck.
Greta called me after she got that filing. They want to mediate, she said. I know. I said, we're not mediating. No, she agreed. We're not. What I want to talk about for a moment is the history. Because there's always a history with things like this. The history is the whole point. Priscilla is 5 years older than me. Growing up, that gap felt enormous. She was a teenager when I was 8. She was in college when I was starting middle school. By the time we might have been close, she was already gone, already out in the world, building her version of herself, making decisions about who she was going to be. She was Mom's helper. That was the role she
There we go.
Signature packets have been recovered.
Yes, but that's the legal argument she's making. I thought about it for a moment. Does it have any merit? In a properly administered estate, a caregiver beneficiary can sometimes make a claim for compensation for the estate, but that claim has to be documented for distribution. It has to be documented, and it has to go through. You don't get to decide unilaterally that you deserve that larger co-beneficiary's signature. That's not how the state works. She realized that caregiver is a line tactic. It's got no legs. Okay, I said, now let's finish this. So Sue said 6 weeks later, Oliver called Greta on Monday morning and said his client was prepared to reach an agreement. I was in a meeting at First Line when Greta texted me. They want to talk. Call me up. Sitting in my car in the parking garage with a sandwich I wasn't eating. They want to settle, Greta said. They're proposing $159,000, your half, and
All right, chat.
$50,000 toward fees.
I gotta get up,
The counterclaim.
go grab coffee, run to the restroom. I'm gonna give you till I get back to choose the 2 companions I take with me on this section of the mission. So y'all hang tight. I'll be right back. Start making choices.
I want you to make that call with full information. I looked at the concrete wall of the parking garage. I thought about what another 6 months of this looked like. I thought about what I actually wanted. Push for $175,000 and $25,000 in fees. I said, non-negotiable. If they don't take it, we go to trial. Greta was quiet for a moment. Give me 24 hours. Oliver came back the next afternoon. $168,000 and $20,000 in fees. Count.
I am back. So, who do you motherfuckers want me to take in on this section of the mission?
Hello, this is Knox County Mayor Glenn Jacobs. Today I am urging our commission to prohibit the use of flock cameras and similar devices in our county. For those of you who don't know, these cameras, technically called automated license plate readers, are motion activated and take a picture of every vehicle which passes by. While license plate readers have been around for a while, because of AI and vastly increased networking and data retention capacities, these flock cameras have capabilities not even imagined in the past. Older cameras only took a photo of your license plate, which was then retained for a short time. Flock cameras take a photo of your plate, but also use AI to catalog distinguishing features of your vehicle: make, color, model, even bumper stickers. That data is stored in a searchable database for sometimes up to a month or more, depending on the point.
I don't want a apostrophe. I want you to send that motherfucking dildo.
Hey, yo, bitch, we can hear you trying to order your dildo, you weird ass.
No, if you want me to fucking shut up, then you speak. Oral fraud is a crime in this crib.
Uncle Ray died at 6:03 a.m. on Tuesday. By 11 o'clock a.m., 29 relatives packed the funeral home. The lawyer opened a manila folder. Raymond left on final instruction. My cousin smirked. I kept still. Then the lawyer slid a document across and whispered, "The $2.8 million account. It was never in Ray's name." The hospice nurse was still packing her bag when the first car pulled into the driveway. I watched from the kitchen window, coffee going cold in my hand, as a silver Lexus I didn't recognize parked behind the ambulance that hadn't left yet. A woman got out, heels, sunglasses, black dress already on like she'd been waiting in costume. Took me a second. Cousin Bethany. Hadn't seen her in 4 years, but she managed to beat the coroner here. Uncle Ray died at 6:03 a.m. I know because I was sitting next to him when the monitor flatlined. And the nurse, Darlene, who'd been with us the last 11 days, looked at the clock on the wall, wrote it down, and put her hand on my shoulder. "He's in peace," she said. I didn't feel peace. I felt like the floor had dropped out, but I nodded and signed something on a clipboard and went to the kitchen to make coffee because I didn't know what else to do. Ray's house still smelled like it. Old Spice and newspaper ink and the thick medical...
And your mama's type. I appreciate the follow from multiple hours ago. Hey, Dewey Blue, what's up?
residential street. Then Aunt Doreen, who I hadn't spoken to since Thanksgiving 2019 when she told Ray he was sitting on money that should have been distributed years ago. Then Wayne, who was Doreen's boyfriend or husband. The situation was unclear and nobody cared enough to ask. Then the Peltier cousins from Connecticut. Then Gary Jr., whose father Gary Sr. had been Ray's youngest brother and had died of a stroke in 2018, owing Ray $47,000. By 9 o'clock...
All right, nobody's chosen a team for me, so this time out I'm going with...
2 more carloads from the airport. I stood in Ray's living room, surrounded by people opening his refrigerator, sitting on his furniture, and speaking in the kind of hushed, reverent tones that are really just regular
Jack.
tones people use when they're trying to...
Jacob and Jack.
Nolan, Bethany said, touching my arm with fingers that were ice cold. "How are you holding up? He died 3 hours ago." I know, but it's devastating." She looked around the living room. "Has anyone called Moretti and Sons? They handled Grandpa Irving's arrangements. I've already spoken to Whitfield Banks. Ray made his preferences clear." Bethany blinked. "Whitfield Banks? That's it, Ray." Because that's what... But I didn't see her talking that way, because of which was a fair question if you didn't know the answer. And most
Looks like you're in. Come on. Good.
I moved in.
I'm getting some troubling readings here. The VI is trying to upload its program directly from your location. Get to the server room and shut down the core before it can...
And I could use someone who doesn't look at me like I'm already there.
Shut up, Tabari.
Being sentimental. I told him to get out of the way, but I could when I could.
That changed today. His autistic mind is the breakthrough I've been looking for. He can communicate with the dead. Such a tremendous grasp of mathematics. It seems serendipity is alive and well in the 22nd century.
Ray mentioned sometimes with a sign that said everything. But expression. Just Ray. Quiet. Still. Like he'd finally decided to stop arguing with the television. I sat in the front row because I'd earned it. 3.5 years of earned it. I didn't make a speech. Didn't make a scene. Didn't do anything except sit there and miss the man. Bethany sat 2 rows back, flanked by Trent and Doreen. I could feel them behind me like a weather system. Humid and pressing. After the viewing, Paul Whitfield approached me and said quietly, "The attorney is set up in a conference
Arriving at level 2.
I nodded. This was the part Ray had orchestrated. Ray's attorney was a man named Gerald Kendrick, from Kendrick and Pratt in downtown Bradenville. Gerald was 71, bald, wore glasses that were 10 years out of style.
Arriving at level 4.
That suggested he'd heard every possible version of
Arriving
human
at
being,
level
not
6.
surprised by any of it. He was
System
sitting at the
malfunction.
table when I walked in, manila folder in front of him. Single
Arriving at level 2.
glasses on.
Arriving at level 4.
Gerald, you ready for this?
Arriving at level 6.
Honest people never are. I sat down across from him and waited. They
System malfunction.
Bethany first, heels clicking on the hardwood floor.
Arriving at level 2.
Doreen with Wayne trailing. Gary Jr., who was texting as he sat down. The
Resetting elevator.
Miranda, Keith, and Joelle, looking confused.
Arriving at level 2.
Francine, who I'd
Arriving at level 4.
Uncle Neville, who lived in
Arriving at level 6.
primarily through disapproval. And the rest, second cousins.
Arriving at
spouses,
level 3.
people whose connection to Ray I couldn't even trace.
Arriving at level 5.
Seats stood along the walls. The room was
Arriving at level 7.
designed for maybe 12 people max, but Ray had known exactly how many would show up. He took me once, sitting on the back of a glass of bourbon. Many times, and he knew what was about to happen. Thank you all for being here, Gerald said. I'm Gerald Kendrick.
Gotta hurt.
Not respectful silence, anticipatory silence, predatory silence. Raymond left one final instruction, Gerald said. He held the folder.
Arriving at level 6. Plane contact facility performed. This elevator is not in service. Please choose another. Smoke detected. Please extinguish all cigarettes.
Doreen had her chin slightly raised. She was I kept still. Gerald said. He adjusted his glasses. To my family, gathered as I knew you would be. Not for me, but for what you believe I left behind. A few people shifted in their chairs. I want to be clear about something before we proceed. I loved most of you at one time or another. Some of you I loved consistently. Some of you I started tolerating. A few of you I tolerated, and because blood is supposed to mean something, though I was never Bethany smiled tightened, just like someone had turned a screw a quarter rotation. I've watched this.
I'll take it.
For 78
Warning.
years. I've watched people
Decelerator offline. Serious injury may occur.
money that was never repaid. I've given advice that was never taken. I've kept doors open that should have been locked years ago. Gerald paused, took a sip of water. The room was absolutely still. What follows is not a will in the traditional sense. There are no bequests. There are no distributions. There are no gifts. The silence cracked. Doreen said, "Excuse me." Gerald left one finger, not just firmly, and continued reading. The house at 14 Lennox Way in Farrington is owned by the Tierney Family Trust, which I established in 2019. The sole trustee is my nephew, Nolan Prescott Tierney. The house, its contents, and all decisions regarding its disposition are his. His head turned toward me so I was not able to I kept still. My personal savings account at First Regional Bank, which several of you have asked about, discussed.
Get ready.
These 2 cases.
Don't be surprised if this button summons a Reaper.
Went pale, literally pale. I watched the color leave his face like someone had pulled a drain. Contained approximately $2.8 million since my last statement.
Oh, Pokeball's out.
The silence that followed was the kind of silence that precedes a building collapse. Stricken, total, load-bearing silence that you could feel in your chest. I picked up the document. I already knew what it said because Gerald and I had reviewed it 2 months ago, sitting in his office while Ray was on the phone with the bank confirming the final details. The account was 2020. Transferred his assets into it over a period of 18 months, then removed 4 years ago. It was never lost. Transfer between a living person and his designated beneficiary. Done while Ray was of sound mind, verified by 2 independent physicians. That's why Gerald structured specifically to avoid rebate, contest, and every other mechanism the family might try to use to get their hands on it. Ray had been thorough. Ray had been patient. Ray had spent 3 years making sure that by the time he died, there was nothing left for them to take. Bethany spoke first. She stopped.
906.01 is 30.1. Square root of 912.04 is 30.2.
Ray would never. He wouldn't just.
Time on this project is running out. There are no options left.
I didn't do anything.
How to get the guests' attention.
I made him dinner. You lived in his house for 3 years. Ray and somehow convinced a doctor to pay you $2.8 million. He wasn't dying when he did. He was diagnosed in 2023. The transfer
The
was
robot
completed
says
in
hello.
2022.
Eureka,
His mouth open and
David.
closed. She looked at
You're
Gerald like he was
a
going to
worker.
save her. He didn't. Diagnosis, Gerald said. By 14 months, the account has been solely in
David?
his name since January 2022.
I want you to order the cat. Take a step forward.
Came in March 2023. The document is documented for God.
How does he do
He
it?
did that when he was angry. Stood up like standing, made his point for him.
David is a mathematical savant.
It's not fraud. Gerald
His autistic mind can interpret the guest language at its most basic form
when the transfer was
and
initiated.
mimic their phonetics. With his photographic memory, cross-referencing the meaning of
Both
a snap.
geriatric psychiatry.
He's literally a human computer.
Mr. Tierney
Think he can interface with the Geth's neural network?
I do.
The transfer
Is that even safe, Doctor?
Trent sat down.
I see no harm in finding out.
She was staring at him. Fire with her mind. Wade put his hand on her arm and she shook it off. What about the house? Doreen
Square root of 906.01 is 30.1. Square root of 912.04 is 30.2.
The house is held in trust.
David, can you repeat my notes from Thursday's experiment?
Square root of 918.09 is 30.3.
The cars.
David, please pay attention.
Loud. Since 2020.
It's getting loud in here.
So you're telling me?
I'm sorry,
He said,
you didn't do
each room
that.
placed carefully like a brick. That
Would you
Ray,
mind
my brother,
repeating my
left his
notes
entire
from
family
Thursday's experiment?
Gerald closed
Log
the folder.
137.3. The experiment yielded no discernible patterns of Geth obedience. End dictation now, David. Hell, the elusive man will have my head for this.
Legal counsel and
Thank you.
medical verification. There is
And how are you feeling today?
because there is no
Square root of 924.16 is 30.4.
The Peltier
Earplugs would be good.
to each other. He looked like he wanted to leave. Joel was crying, though I wasn't sure if it was about Ray or the money. Gary Jr. finally spoke. This is insane. You can't just... A man can't just give everything to one person and... He can, Gerald said. He did. We'll contest it. You're welcome to try, but I'll save you the legal fees and tell you what any probate attorney in the state will tell you. There is no estate to contest. The assets were transferred during Mr. Tierney's... There's nothing to contest. Something that went past anger into a territory I didn't have a word for. Pure, distilled entitlement meeting a locked door. You stole from this family, he said. I took care of it, I said. That's all I did. For money. For free. Actually, I paid my own expenses. Check the bank records. Gerald has...
Square root of 906.01 is 30.1. Square root of 912.04 is 30.2.
I can provide copies of all relevant
David, can you repeat my notes from Thursday's experiment?
transfer documents,
Square
the cognitive assessments, the
root of
bank records, the
918.09
trust
is
history.
30.3.
Everything is available.
David, please pay attention.
I'll have copies prepared
Loud.
by Friday.
It's getting loud in here.
Splitting into factions.
I'm sorry.
I could see it happening at that time. Bethany had pulled Trent
Would you
and
mind
Doreen into a room
repeating
near the
my
window.
notes
The
from
Peltier
Thursday's
cousins were near the door.
Log
Having a conversation with
137.3.
voices that
The experiment yielded no discernible patterns of Geth obedience. End dictation now, David. Hell, the elusive man will have my head for this.
staring at the wall.
Thank you.
And Uncle Neville was standing behind her.
And how are you feeling today?
Looking at me like
Square root of 924.16 is 30.4.
I sat there
Earplugs
and
would be
let them
good.
process it. Not because but because Ray had asked me to be present for this part. Don't understand that you were there. They
How you doing, Mystic?
I'm begging you. Don't do anything rash.
You told me that David volunteered.
By necessity. If I told you the truth, you would have shut me down and not him. It's not like I planned this. It was an accident. Seeing David communicate with the Geth, it all seemed harmless.
I get it. You were close, and I deleted it before the bot finished landing. Doreen went silent. Gary Jr.'s lawyer never followed up. I went through Ray's office.
And before you knew it, you were running your own private hell.
I had no choice. The demands were incredible. The elusive man doesn't broker failure. Any war we fight with the Geth will be bloody. I was asked to find a way to avoid that.
Yellow legal paper. 2 pages. My name on the front. I read it at his desk, in his chair, door closed. He didn't apologize or explain. He said 3 things.
How many have already died for this project?
More souls than will ever forgive me. But I won't apologize for radical ideas. If my work spares 1 million mothers mourning the loss of 1 million sons, my conscience will rest easy.
Let's get those Pokeballs out.
Look at him. Your brother would never be the same.
The damage may not be permanent. He might recover some semblance of his mind.
Cerberus will never leave him alone. Your brother will always be a lab rat.
But a well cared for lab rat. At least he'd still be alive.
So you'll sacrifice your brother's happiness for your own ambition.
Square root of 906.01 equals
30.1. What I've done to David is unethical. If he dies, it's unforgivable. Let me take care of him. Please.
quiet. Please, make it stop.
I've seen enough of your cruelty to know he'll never be free from it here. I'm taking him away.
No, leave him! He's too valuable!
You even think about coming after your brother, and this bullet will be waiting for you. Then we'll see who's valuable.
Where will you take him?
Grissom Academy. They can help special cases like David. Minus the torture. Joker, contact the Academy and let them know we've got someone who needs their help.
Aye, aye, Commander.
The elusive man can fire me if he doesn't like it.
Square root of 912.04 is 30.2. It all seemed half. Square root of 912.04 is 30.2. It all seemed half. Square root of 912.04 is 30.2. It all seemed half.
The first, February 2nd, 1986, I believe. The first match between the Rock and Roll Express and the Midnight Express in Charlotte. There was a big show in Toronto, and Crockett was sending talent to Toronto.
Commander, you've received a new message at your private terminal.
Dusty Rhodes and the Road Warriors were in Toronto at the same time as we were in Charlotte on top in the main event without all these big stars. The first sellout of the Charlotte Coliseum, legitimate sellout since 1978, Ric Flair, Blackjack Mulligan. $102,000, 12,000 people. And as soon as we saw that, we're like, oh my God, this is going to be big, obviously. And then, of course, there was a story that Dusty came back and said nobody sells that Charlotte without Dusty Rhodes on the card. And so the next time, like 3 or 4 weeks later, Dusty was on the card, so was Flair, so was the Road Warriors, but we came back with the Rock and Roll, sold out again. Another 102,000,
Commander, Morden requests to see you.
the next show was like a couple of weeks
Okay.
later, Sunday afternoon. It was Rock and Roll Midnight, I think 2 out of 3 balls. It was a full card. Did like another 80 grand. And then
Shepard, important news. Know you're busy. Have to deal with the collectors. Planning attack. Too important to wait. Just receiving data. Still processing, analyzing likely scenarios. Not sure how to begin. Too much intel. You remember our talk? My work on genophage modification?
You stopped the Krogan adaptation to the genophage.
Part of a team. Scientists, all different types. Blood pack mercenaries captured former team member. Malin, last seen on Tuchanka, might torture him, make an example. Recovering Malin would be a personal favor to me.
Do you think they found out your team updated the genophage?
Unclear. No way to determine until we get to Tuchanka.
We'll go to Tachanka and see if we can find your team member.
Appreciate it. My assistant, mine, student, want to see him. Say, Malin last seen outside Erdnot territory. Scouts might have seen blood. Talk to them or clan chief.
Talent, not dinosaurs, the new manager announced, pointing at me. The room went silent. I smiled and said, interesting approach. 3 days later at the company dinner, he spilled his drink when the owner introduced me as, we need young talent, not dinosaurs, Trent declared, pointing directly at me during the Monday department meeting. The materials while maintaining perfect posture, something my mother had drilled into me since childhood. Several younger colleagues shot me apologetic glances as I walked out. That evening I sat alone in my garden, watching the sunset paint the sky. My phone buzzed with messages from concerned co-workers, but I couldn't respond. Not yet. Not until I decided exactly how to handle this situation. Because Trent had no idea who I really was, or that in 3 days, at the company's anniversary dinner, he would learn that the dinosaur he so eagerly dismissed actually owned 28% of the entire organization. Before I tell you what happened next, promise me something. Stay with me until the end, because what unfolded wasn't just about revenge. It was about something far more valuable that changed not just my life, but the culture of an entire company. My name is Leora. I've spent 30 years
Need that EZO. Give me some solid EZO fucking deposits, you son of a bitch.
just the satisfaction of solving problems. I drive a modest car, live in a comfortable but unassuming home, and wear clothes for comfort rather than status. The only luxury I permit myself is my garden. I grow heirloom vegetables from seeds passed down through generations of my family. I joined the company fresh out of college when it was just 8 people working in a converted warehouse. The founder, Ambrose, was brilliant with innovation, but terrible with financial planning. We met during my interview when he was frantically trying to fix the office coffee machine. If you can make this work, he joked, I'll hire you regardless of your qualifications. I fixed it in 3 minutes. The heating element was disconnected. I explained. Sometimes the simplest problems have the simplest solutions. He looked at me curiously. Apply that philosophy to our financial forecasting model, and you'll save this company. 3 months later, I did exactly that. Late nights in the break room, fueled by the coffee machine I prepared, I developed a revolutionary business model that transformed our struggling startup into what would eventually become an industry leader. When the company stabilized, Ambrose offered me partnership. I'm not interested in managing people, I told him. I want to build systems. He respected my decision, but insisted I take substantial private equity instead. He saved us, Leora. This ensures you'll always have a place here. For 28 years, that promise held true until Trent arrived 6 months ago. Trent Motley was 34, had an MBA from a prestigious university, and exuded confidence from his meticulously styled hair to his imported shoes. The board brought him in as our new innovation manager to revitalize our approach to technology. Within weeks, he rearranged seating charts to cluster younger employees together, implemented rapid innovation sprints that favored quick thinking over careful consideration, and begun systematically sidelining anyone over 40. The tech world moves too quickly for traditional thinkers. He announced in his first all-hands meeting, we need people who grew up with technology in their DNA. I watched silently as experienced colleagues were pushed out through impossible deadlines, exclusion from key meetings, and public criticism. Each departure was explained as natural attrition or failure to adapt. The Human Resources Department, recently restaffed with transformer classmates,
Fucking take that EZO deposit. Hell yeah.
efficiency system I'd been refining for months, was reassigned to Red, a recent graduate. When I offered my notes to help with the transition, Trent laughed. We're looking for modern solutions, not outdated thinking, he said, ushering Red away. Don't worry about Leora's notes. Start fresh. That night, I documented the interaction in a journal I'd started keeping. Each page detailed every ageist comment, every impossible deadline, every exclusion. Not for a lawsuit. I had something more significant in mind. The following week, Trent reorganized the department again. My desk was moved to a corner near the supply closet, away from my team. My project access was restricted to view-only status. In our shared digital workspace, my comments went unanswered. It's nothing personal, Trent assured me during my performance review. We're shifting priorities toward digital natives who understand modern users. I nodded calmly. I understand completely. At home, I continued refining my efficiency system independently. The core algorithms were mine, developed years before in my personal time, with documentation proving ownership. What the company didn't know was that this system could reduce operational costs by 32% while increasing productivity by nearly 40%. 3 days after being called a dinosaur, I prepared for the company's 30th anniversary celebration. Instead of the expected subdued outfit, I chose a striking cobalt dress that I'd purchased years ago for a special occasion but never worn. I styled my silver hair in an elegant updo rather than my usual practical bun. When I arrived at the venue, an art gallery downtown, conversations paused briefly as colleagues did double takes. Red approached first. Launching pro. Thank you, I replied. Special occasions call for special efforts. Across the room, Trent was holding court with board members, gesturing animatedly as his vision for the company's future. He hadn't noticed my arrival.
away.
Professional interest upon seeing me with the founder. Ambrose took my arm. Come, say hello to everyone. Most of these new board members have never met the person who saved this company. As we approached Trent's room, Ambrose raised his voice slightly. Everyone knows my friend Leora, of course. Without you, none of us would be standing here today. Trent's expression remained pleasant but puzzled. Trent, Ambrose continued, you've been working with Leora, right? Has she told you her story? We've collaborated on several projects. Trent replied smoothly.
Probe launched.
We've done nothing of the sort. Wonderful. Ambrose beamed. Then you know you're working with the person who saved
Launching
the
probe.
and still holds 28% of it. Trent's champagne glass tilted, liquid sloshing onto his sleeve. His face paled as he connected the dots. 28%, he repeated, dabbing his cuff with a napkin. Leora could have been CEO if she wanted. Ambrose continued cheerfully, oblivious to Trent's discomfort. Instead, she keeps building brilliant systems. Speaking of which, how's that efficiency project coming along? The board's eager to see it. Before Trent could answer, I smiled. Actually, I've been developing some new approaches I'd like to share with everyone. Perhaps at tomorrow's executive meeting. Ambrose clapped his hands. Perfect, Trent. Make sure
There
we
go.
As the evening continued, I felt Trent's eyes following me. He made
Need to
several
come down
attempts to
here.
but I remained engaged with other colleagues. Many who seemed surprised to learn about my ownership stake. Are you still with me? Because what happens next isn't just about revealing my ownership. That was merely the beginning. The real story is how one moment of disrespect led to a complete transformation that no one saw coming. The next morning, I arrived early to prepare for the executive meeting. The boardroom gradually filled with curious faces. Some I'd known for decades, others hired under Trent's new vision. Ambrose sat at the head of the table, with Trent positioned strategically nearby.
Probe away.
Trent spotted me sitting
I'm getting that ease-o. Oh, nice deposit.
No apologies necessary, I interrupted gently. Today isn't about the past. Ambrose called the meeting to order. Leora has something important to share that could transform our operations. Everyone give her your full attention. I connected my laptop to the projector and stood.
Probe away.
For the past year, I've been developing an efficiency system that will revolutionize how we work. I began. It reduces redundancies, streamlines workflow, and increases productivity while decreasing burnout. I clicked through slides showing impressive metrics for private testing. The room's energy shifted as executives leaned forward, recognizing the potential impact. This looks remarkable, the CFO commented. When can we implement? That's what I want to discuss. I replied. This system isn't company property. I developed the core concepts years ago on my own time. I have extensive documentation proving ownership. Confusion rippled through the room. Trent's expression hardened as he realized where this was heading. I'm offering to license this system to the company. I continued. Not given. The annual savings will exceed $20 million based on conservative estimates. Name your price, the CFO said immediately. My terms aren't financial, I replied, meeting Trent's gaze. I want implementation oversight by a new age. Diversity committee with binding authority over hiring and promotion practices. I want mandatory respect and workplace training for all employees, especially management. And I want a mentorship program pairing experienced workers with new hires, ensuring knowledge transfer in both directions. The boardroom erupted in murmurs. Ambrose smiled knowingly. Leora isn't asking for money, he translated for the newer executives. She's asking for cultural change. This is highly unusual, Trent interjected. Creating new power structures based on a personal grievance.
Yo, adrenaline, baby.
Pleasant, but eyes sharp. The room fell silent as all eyes turned to Trent. I think what Trent means.
What up, little Smurfy?
Every organization must evolve. Sometimes that means embracing new talent. Other times it means valuing institutional knowledge. The best companies do both. I clicked to my final slide, a detailed implementation plan that included Trent as the executive sponsor reporting to the diversity committee. This gives everyone what they need. I explained.
What you mean it's been a day, darling?
Newer employees gain wisdom from experienced mentors. Seasoned workers contribute meaningfully while learning emerging techniques. And our management team demonstrates true leadership by building bridges rather than divisions.
What'd you do?
Take a quick second to like this video and subscribe to our channel. Click the bell icon for notifications because you'll want to hear
What did you do?
what happens next changed everything in ways nobody expected. Ambrose studied the room, gauging reactions. I believe we need a few minutes to discuss this proposal. Of course, I replied, gathering my materials. I'll wait outside.
Sure you didn't. Sure. You act like I don't know your ass is a troublemaker, bitch. Don't play that with me.
He said. Inside, the executives had rearranged themselves. Trent now sat at the far end of the table, his posture rigid. The yellow legal pad in front of him contained furious scribbles. We've discussed your proposal, the CFO began. While unconventional, we recognize the tremendous value in both your efficiency system and your suggested structural changes. I nodded, keeping my expression neutral. However, he continued,
This girl over here talking about, give me a few days, that caused me some trouble. Just give me a hot minute. Bitch, you don't need a hot minute. You can sit there and cause trouble right here, right motherfucking now. And we both know it. The fuck you talking about, give me a few days?
include all forms of diversity. Through it all, Trent remained silent, making occasional notes but offering no objections. When we finally reached agreement, Ambrose said,
Few days, my left foot.
"Are you satisfied with these terms?" "I am," I confirmed. With one addition, I turned toward Trent. "I want Mr. Hawley to chair the implementation team, reporting directly to the diversity committee." The request sent another ripple of murmurs through the room. I was essentially asking for the man who had tried to push me out to report to the very people he had marginalized. Trent looked up from his notepad, his expression unreadable. "May I ask why?"
You will have
"Because
one
you
half
excel at
capacity.
driving change," I replied honestly. "Your ability to transform
Y'all young motherfuckers act like I don't know.
with greater wisdom and inclusivity." He studied me for a long moment, searching for mockery or malice. Finding none, he nodded once. "I accept." 2 days later, the diversity committee held its first meeting. The company announced 5 members. Myself, Trent, Ren representing younger employees, Ambrose for the board, and Indigo from human resources. Our charter, displayed prominently on the company intranet, outlined our mission to create a workplace that valued innovation and experience. Our first task was addressing the systematic push-up of workers,
launched.
terminations from the past 6 months, identified patterns of age discrimination, and developed a remediation plan. We should offer reinstatement to those wrongfully terminated, Rand suggested during our second meeting. With back pay, I nodded. Trent, who had remained mostly quiet during our initial discussions, cleared his throat. That could create significant financial liability, less than the lawsuit brewing among former employees, I countered. Besides, my efficiency system will more than offset the costs. He conceded with a nod. Valid point. Over the following weeks, I watched Trent navigate his new role with surprising adaptability. Initially stiff and defensive in committee meetings, he gradually began engaging substantively with our initiatives. During one particularly productive session, he presented research on the business benefits of age-diverse teams. Studies consistently show that mixed-age teams outperform homogeneous groups in problem-solving and innovation. He explained projecting data charts on the conference room wall. They bring complementary skills and perspectives. Interesting, I commented. What changed your mind about dinosaurs? The room tensed at my direct reference to his earlier insult. Trent met my gaze without flinching. "Data," he replied simply. I was operating on assumptions rather than evidence. That was unprofessional. It wasn't quite an apology, but it was movement. Progress comes in small steps. The mentorship program launched next, pairing experienced employees with newer team members. The structure showed bi-directional learning. Veterans shared institutional knowledge and industry wisdom, while younger workers offered fresh perspectives and technical insights. Ren and I formed one such pair. During our first official mentoring session, she brought her laptop to my newly restored desk in the main work area. "I've been struggling with the efficiency system we started," she admitted. "The underlying architecture is more complex than anything I've worked with." "Show me where you're stuck," I offered. For the next hour, we worked through the code together. I explained the reasoning behind certain structural choices, while she suggested more elegant approaches to several functions. By session's end, we created something better than either of us could have developed alone. "This is actually working," she said, sounding surprised. "The mentorship program? Yes and no," she gestured between us. "This collaboration across experience levels. I always thought older workers would be stuck in their ways. Some are," I acknowledged. "Just like some young workers think they know everything. Both mindsets live at growth." She nodded thoughtfully. "Did you ever feel that way? Like you knew everything? Every day until I was 35. I laughed. Then I realized how much I still had to learn. That's when my real education began. The company atmosphere transformed gradually over the following months. The initial awkwardness of forced collaboration gave way to genuine appreciation for diverse perspectives. Teams reorganized to include age ranges rather than classroom integration. Productivity metrics, tracked meticulously through
Probe launched.
He confirmed a project lead who suggested sidelining an older programmer. That's exactly the thinking we're working to eliminate. Transcend firmly. Experience and innovation are mutually exclusive.
Ooh, we'll take that ESO, baby.
That was unexpected. He slowed his pace to match mine. Which part? Your defensive inclusive teaming. It seems genuine. He considered this as we walked. When you've been publicly wrong about something fundamental, you have two choices. Double down on the mistake or learn from it. I'm choosing to learn. That takes courage. I acknowledged. Not as much as you might think.
All right, adrenaline, baby.
Diverse teams is
And I'm going to repeat what I said earlier. You sitting there talking about give you a few days to go out there and cause some motherfucking trouble. Bitch, you don't need no few days. You can do it right here, right now. The fuck you talking about? Give me a few days. You just like Blue Daisy over here. Talking all that shit. No, you don't. You do not have to let people fuck up first. And you goddamn well know it. When I want to cause trouble, I cause motherfucking trouble. And I ain't got to let a motherfucker fuck up first. I will fucking do shit my own goddamn self. The fuck you talking about? I gotta let a motherfucker fuck up first before I go over there and cause some trouble. Shit.
Probe launched.
Just getting started. The applause was gratifying, but the real reward came after the presentation, when employees from across age groups approached me with stories of how
Like, I started some shit with this subgroup of a Republican super PAC twice in the last week.
Probe launched.
And I am goddamn proud to have done it. Motherfuckers putting out fucking political ads that don't contain any honest fucking information in it whatsoever motherfucking ever. For the most part. Like, one of them might contain a little bit of honesty, but it ain't enough to offset the bullshit lies that are in that motherfucker. I was like, oh, hell no. You're gonna sit there and put out this motherfucking ad fucking lying to people in my motherfucking state about the Republican candidate running for governor. All right, so the lady running to lead my state as the head person in my motherfucking state, and you gonna sit there and try to bullshit me and my fellow Iowans? Nah, bitch. I told him straight the fuck up. I said, if you don't take this shit out. No, this ain't even got nothing to do with Trump, Mystic. Trump is federal level. I'm talking state level. In my home state of Iowa. So we have, because I've talked about this before, we have right now sitting in office until her term ends, we have a lady known as COVID Kim Reynolds. That is the nickname that my fellow Iowans gave this bitch. I had nothing to do with it. I did not come up with, I didn't even know about it until like a year ago. But she's known as COVID Kim Reynolds. She's been up in there for like the last decade or so. Somewhere between at least the last 10 to 15 years. Sitting in office as the state governor for Iowa. She announced at the beginning of the year that she was not running for re-election. I'm like, fucking great, because I looked up Kim Reynolds. Woo, she a nasty hoe. That bitch is a nasty, evil little motherfucker. Don't want that bitch sitting in office. Oh no. We need that bitch gone. Like, she's so bad, I'd rather have the governor who was governor of the state for a good chunk of my early years, fucking Branstad, back in office. And he was a piece of work, let me tell you. I'd rather have Branstad over COVID Kim Reynolds. So we got Democrat and Republican candidate. So far, based on what I've looked up, the Democratic candidate, like his voting record and shit, fully backs up what his campaign is saying he wants to do. I am all about Rob Sand right now for governor of the state of Iowa. All about Rob Sand. Because his ads are backed up by his political history. And I like that. That shows honesty in a political candidate. And I love the man's platform. I really do. Talking about like buying back our land from foreign countries and foreign entities so that the land could go back to Iowa families and Iowa farmers, which makes more money for the state of Iowa and shit like that. Like, I love his platform. It's so good. Then we got the Republican candidate, this fucking hoe named Katie or Kathy Hinson, something with the K for the first name, start the first name. So, like, one of the two major political ads for this bitch from this group called One Nation, which is a subgroup of a super PAC backing Hinson and sending her huge donations. I got sick and tired of seeing the ad, so I looked it up to see if there was any truth behind it. The ad is that she's fighting to stop the death tax and kill the death tax in the state of Iowa. I looked that shit up. Bitch, that shit ended in like at least 2018. That shit ended years ago. How the fuck you gonna run your campaign? Allow a fucking group. It doesn't matter if they are directly associated or indirectly associated with this super PAC. How the fuck you gonna let this group run an ad on your behalf? An ad you have to know is out there on the airwaves. We know goddamn good and well you done seen it. Don't fucking lie to us, bitch. We know better. How the fuck you gonna let them run an ad saying you're trying to stop and kill the death tax in my state, my home? It's been my home for almost my entire life. Knowing that the ad is entirely false. Like, how the fuck is an ad like that for a political candidate even allowed to be put out on the airwaves when it took me 20 seconds on a Google search to look up and prove it's false? Like, are you shitting me? So that was the first time I contacted this group called One Nation, who are responsible for these ads. Now, the other ad I see from One Nation on behalf of Hinson talks about how she wants to raise the pay and how she's voted to raise the pay of our military members, and she's fighting for military members to increase like their VA benefits and shit like that. And I've been seeing that a lot recently, especially since I contacted One Nation about 4 days ago about the falsehoods in their ad about the death tax on behalf of Hinson. So I've been getting sick of seeing those ads too. I wanted to see if there's any veracity, any truth behind it. And God, it pisses me off because the only part of that ad that held any degree of truth was that, yes, she had at least once or twice voted to increase the pay of active military personnel from the state of Iowa. Maybe like the entire military, I don't fucking know, something like that. But yeah, she had voted a few times to raise the pay of military personnel. Okay, that's great. But what about the rest of the ad, where it talks about how she's fighting for like increased VA benefits and shit like that for members of the military, especially those from the state of Iowa? If you can't guess by this point, based on what I've told you, let me tell you, let me learn you a little something. It's bullshit. She is actively in Congress on the federal level. She has actively, consistently voted against things like increasing benefits for military veterans and things of that nature on a very consistent level over the last however like 5, 10, 15 years she's been up there on Capitol Hill in Congress. Matter of fact, she was one of the fucking MAGA Republican hoes who voted for the big beautiful bill, which is basically fucking everybody over except the billionaires and the politicians. She happily signed her vote to that bullshit. But when like bills, either partisan bills on behalf of the Democratic Party or even the Republican Party, or bipartisan bills on behalf of both major parties in Congress have come up that would actively benefit military veterans by doing things like increasing access to mental health care, housing benefits, increasing their VA benefits and their post-military benefits, things of that nature, she has actively and consistently fucking voted against it. That is public fucking record for this bitch. So, and I found this out just about 2 days ago. And I fucking, like, it was sometime in the last like 24 to 48 hours when I found it out. So I contacted One Nation again. And I told them, you need to take these ads off the air. If you don't take these ads off the air because they are blatantly lying about her platform and her voting history and what the actual truth is, I will be forced to start seeking legal remedies to remove these falsehoods from the airwaves. Iowa voters deserve to fucking know the truth. So, and you know, I said something on stream about this a day or so after I found out about the blatant lie about the death tax ad on behalf of Ashley Hinson, or whatever the fuck her name is. I think it's Ashley Hinson, if I remember right. One thing, talking about this subject right here, right now, that I want to say to everybody that is from the U.S., specifically regarding midterm elections that are coming up. If you see any ad from a group called One Nation, look them up, look up the name of their super PAC that they're associated with, at least indirectly as well. They're like a subgroup of it. If you see any ads from this group, One Nation, or the super PAC that they are like associated with and or a subgroup of, please, for the love of the goddess above, make sure that you verify the veracity and truthfulness of the information presented in those ads for whatever politician those ads are on behalf of. Because just based on the lack of honesty and truthfulness of the ads on behalf of Henson here in the state of Iowa, I am more than willing to bet a great deal of money that any ads One Nation is putting out for any politician on the midterm ballots coming up in November of this year are probably full of shit. At best, they will contain the absolute smallest degree of honesty. At best, they may contain maybe 10 to 20% honesty in the ads. At best. Just based on the research I've done for the ads for Ashley Henson in the governor race here in the state of Iowa in November. So if you do see ads presented by One Nation in whatever state of the Union of America that you are in on behalf of a politician, make sure you look that shit up. Make sure you verify the veracity of the information in those ads, because I can almost guarantee you they're full of shit. But yeah, that's me causing a little bit of trouble recently, because I'm just sick of the bullshit and the lies and just the sheer negativity involved in American fucking politics these days. I'm just done with it. Like, I am seriously considering calling some lawyers over the next couple of days and seeing if I can find one that will take a pro bono case to sue Ashley Henson and this political group that's putting out these ads, One Nation, for putting out ads containing blatantly and irrefutably provably wrong information, straight up fucking lies. Like, there's a specific word I'm looking for. I can't think of it off the top of my head. But, like, the information is just blatantly provable wrong. I mean, it literally took me like 20 seconds, and most of that was my phone looking up the information and processing and giving me results. Like, if I can look up the veracity of the information and prove it that provably false, that demonstrably false, that quickly, because demonstrably, that's the word I was looking for. Words are fucking hard, people. Ask Adrenaline Baby, she can never use them right. Neither can Blue Daisy. But if I can prove them that demonstrably false that quickly, like, you have to know that One Nation knew those claims were that demonstrably false when they created the ads. Long before they ever decided to put the ads on the air. They knew, they had to have known that they were demonstrably false. That anyone who did even the most cursory fact-checking of those ads would find out very quickly how demonstrably false the ads were. there's got to be law on the books somewhere on a local, state, and or federal level that would ban or at least provide very severe legal consequences for putting out political ads containing such demonstrably incorrect information for a political candidate. And, you know, on the part of Ashley Hinson, like I said, whether she acknowledges the ads publicly or even in private doesn't really fucking matter. There is no way in hell that she isn't aware that those ads are out on her behalf. I don't care if she was directly involved in the creation of the ads. The fact is, the ads use footage which is from her campaign run, campaign stops, which by law makes her an accomplice, even if it's indirectly, to the sheer lies, the demonstrably proven lies in the ads on her behalf by One Nation. So, if I decide and do end up finding a lawyer to take the case, they'd have to take it pro bono because I am too goddamn poor to be able to afford more than like maybe $100 down payment for a lawyer's fee. And a good lawyer is going to want more than $100 on the initial payment. And I can't afford those kind of fees. Like, I need a lawyer to help my brother out on a case. And I can't afford the lawyer fee for it. But yeah, there has to be some form of case law on a local and or state and or federal level that governs any group's ability to place an ad that is just so blatantly filled with lies. There has to be something there. And Ashley Hinson has to be aware of the lies. She has to be aware of the lies in those ads. She has to be aware of the ads themselves. I find it virtually impossible that she would be unaware that those ads are out there. Containing direct footage from her campaign trail. There's just no way she could not know. And I find it incredible that these kind of ads were ever allowed to go on the air. Like, somebody somewhere fucked up on fact-checking the ads and the information contained therein before allowing this shit to hit the fucking airwaves. Somebody somewhere fucked up. Now, chat, I am going to give you an option of what I do next. So, I could go to the Rosetta Nebula, and help Jacob. That will be option number 1. I could go to the Nubian Expanse to help Jack. That's option 2. I could go to the Viper Nebula to do the mission down there. That's option 3. I could come to the Krogan DMZ to do these 2 missions. That's option 4. I could come to the Citadel, do that mission there. Option 5. Option 6 is the Crescent Nebula, I think. Yes, the Crescent Nebula, where I have a large list of missions. Option 6 would be going to the Ismar Frontier to do those missions. Now, remember, anywhere I go, once I'm done with the missions in that vicinity, I will be planet scanning in order to gather resources that I need. So we'll do the missions, and then once the missions are done, I will hop between the various systems within the galactic umbrella, the galactic location. I will scan the planets and gather the resources I can in order to make sure I have them for later in the game, for gear updates, power updates, weapon updates, etc. Sometimes, depending on the galactic system, the gathering of planetary resources can take a while because there can be quite a few planets there to scan. So I will give you the choice where I go. Rosetta is 1. Just type the name of the the galactic system you want me to go to. Rosetta, Nubian, Viper, Krogan DMZ, Serpent, Crescent, or Ismar. I'm going to go ahead and get up, go to the restroom, grab me some coffee. Have your answers ready for me when I return. I'll be back as quick as I can. Alright, motherfuckers, I am back. None of you motherfuckers responded, so I'm gonna make the choice. We're gonna come over here to the Nubian Expanse, which, kind of a side note, that is a slightly charged name for a galactic space region. It has certain connotations which are not necessarily positive. But that said, we're going to come over here and help Jack, which means she has to be on the mission. And we're going to take Garrus.
See the landing pad? Has to be on the roof, or the vegetation would overgrow it in a few hours.
Shepard, I noticed thermal signatures everywhere, except at your landing zone. Something's distorting the sensors.
This was a Secret Service facility.
Yeah. They build their equipment to last. Assholes. It was a mistake coming back here, Shepard.
Get a hold of yourself. It'll be okay.
I'm fine. Okay, let's get on the ground.
Given the backstories of the characters, hers, I feel, is the most tragic, and this is helping to close the chapter on her personal backstory history.
Just get in there and plant the bomb in myself. I want to watch this place burn.
This is basically catharsis on behalf of the character of Jack.
I never saw this room. I think they brought new kids in these containers. They were messed up and starving, but alive. Usually.
This
space. With key guards and a receptionist who acted like she was guarding Fort Knox. Departments got divided into silos. The managers sprouted like weeds. New hires didn't know who Jack was unless they saw his name on an old plaque in the lobby. I'd see Walter once in a while, usually at the Christmas party, still in his three-piece suit, even with tinsel wrapped around his arm by the marketing team. He'd pat my shoulder and say, "Still got the claws?" And I'd nod. We never spoke of it in detail. It was our little ghost in the system. Somewhere along the line, HR stopped keeping the original hard copy. Everything went digital, and the scanned version of my contract was just page after page of generic employment terms. The contingency provisions, missing. Probably lost in some system migration, or maybe they didn't even know it existed to upload. But I had the real thing, in its faded manila folder, tucked away in my bottom desk drawer. That folder had sat there for over a decade, untouched, just part of the office furniture in my mind. Until the moment 2 days ago when I opened that drawer for the last time. And in that instant, as the new director strode across the floor, I realized how far we'd fallen from those handshake days. The culture wasn't just colder now, it was hollow. And hollow things break easy when you know it's
the elusive man request.
The building's lobby felt
sounds like this facility got rolled.
He didn't say what they were hiding from the elusive man.
My shoes clicked against the polished tile, each step echoing like it was marking time, until the moment they'd regret this. Behind me, I could still hear voices from the office floor.
I remember escaping to this room, right in here. I saw sunlight through the cracks in the ceiling. Only a half-dead guard between me and freedom. He was begging for his life.
Maybe she saw it coming. Elevator doors slid shut, but their voices stayed with me, clinging like smoke. was shifting. The hot spike of humiliation was cooling into something sharper, cleaner. Anger is messy. Calculation is surgical. And right now, my mind was running through timelines, contract language,
We've been spotted.
specific implications of that. Phrases like seeking new opportunities while he rewrote history upstairs. But what he didn't know, what none of them knew, was that
All right, let's get some Pokeballs out.
they didn't even remember existed. That contract clause Jack and Walter had built for me wasn't just symbolic protection. It was legal bedrock, woven directly into certain client agreements. My presence at the company wasn't optional for those deals. It was a signed, binding condition of their continuation. And the clients had every right to pull their contracts immediately. And they would.
This looks like an arena.
That's right. They used to stage fights here, pit me against other kids. I loved it. Only time I was ever out of my cell.
What were they studying?
Hell if I know. Maybe that's how they got their kicks. I never understood anything that happened here.
How often did they do this?
I was in a cell my whole life. Sometimes they took me out and made me fight, filled me with drugs, other stuff. Time gets funny in a cell.
Did other children die in these fights?
I was a kid, filled with drugs. I got shocked when I hesitated. Narcotics flooded my veins when I attacked.
They actually rewarded you for attacking.
I still get warm feelings during a fight.
What the hell was wrong with those people?
I don't know. Doesn't matter now.
Let's keep moving.
Hell yeah.
No one out here knew a corporate execution had just taken place. No one knew the fuse had already been lit. But soon, the ripples would start to spread. Quiet at first, then faster, harder, until the whole thing buckled under the weight of its own arrogance. And the best part, they'd think the damage came from somewhere else. 2 days later, I was sitting at my kitchen table, coffee steaming in front of me. The quiet door filtered in the silence. It was one of those rare mornings where nothing felt urgent. No 6 a.m. emails, no frantic calls, no calendar crammed with overlapping meetings. Just me, the coffee, and the
Security Officer Zimkel, Telton facility. The subjects are out of their cells. They're tearing the place up. Subject 0 is going to get loose. I need permission to terminate. I repeat, permission to terminate. All subjects besides 0 are expendable. Keep Jack alive. Understood. I'll begin the...
That's not right. I broke out when my guards disappeared. I started that riot.
Things might have happened that you didn't see.
The other kids attacked me. The guards attacked me. The automated systems attacked me. That doesn't leave lots of room for interpretation.
I mean, she's not wrong.
This place is supposed to be empty. Who the fuck shot that Baron? It's a fresh kill.
Going to ground.
They've seen us.
No sweat.
was saying. Some sick son of a bitch killed a lot of kids with these experiments and then checked his work.
Bullshit. I had the worst of it, and I made it out alive.
Presenting a continuity plan, but the legal team already knew. Oryx didn't want a plan. He wanted the clause honored, and honoring it meant undoing what he'd done to me in front of 50 witnesses 2 days earlier. Meanwhile, I wasn't there to see it. I was 3 miles away, walking through the park like I had all the time in the world. The air had that perfect fall Christmas, the kind that makes every leaf look sharper, every shadow longer. A family was taking pictures under a maple tree that had gone bright orange overnight. Somewhere behind me, Joker's earbuds were leaking titty pop music into the morning. I kicked through a drift of fallen leaves, listening to the dried crackle under my shoes. My phone was in my pocket, silent. No buzzing now. I'd shut off notifications an hour earlier. The chaos was still happening, but I didn't need to track every wave of it. The time was already coming in, and there was nothing they could build fast enough to stop it. A squirrel darted across the path in front of me, stopping to sit up on its haunches, clutching some half-rotten acorn. It looked almost comically smug about its find. I found myself grinning at that, nature's reminder that sometimes you just hold on to the thing you buried long ago, knowing exactly when you'll need it. Somewhere in a skyscraper, men in suits were flipping through contracts they'd never read before today, realizing they were standing on a trapdoor they'd opened themselves. Somewhere, the director was probably learning what it feels like to be the one on the wrong side of the sperm. And somewhere, in a file folder on my kitchen table, the rest of the story was still waiting to make its entrance. I slowed my pace, breathing in the cold air, the scent of damper and liquid smoke drifting in from somewhere nearby. Let them panic. Let them scramble. This wasn't the kind of game you won by rushing. It was the kind you won by knowing you'd already made
It's strange to be back here. I feel like I'm pissed off. I'm a dangerous bitch. But then I'm a little girl again. It's complicated. Let's just go plant that bomb.
They were already compromised by association, but outside counsel, that's how you know things are serious. When they're willing to pay $900 an hour just to hear someone tell them. Hostile! Legal reviews. Emergencies. Conference room crammed with too many people and not enough chairs. Answer was buried in a PDF they could control plus their way through. They scoured my digital personnel file first, but of course, it was spotless, clean as if I'd been hired last year and not a decade and a half ago. It was maybe the original is still in storage. A few minutes later, 2 interns were dispatched to the basement archives, which was basically a climate-controlled graveyard for bankers' boxes. Down there, every file smelled faintly of dust and industrial cleaner, and the labels were faded from years of fluorescent lighting. I imagine the scene perfectly.
They can't crouched on here.
Opening boxes with box cutters, flipping through stacks of contracts printed on paper so thick it could double as insulation. And then, in the bottom of one box, under a pile of old W4s and training manuals, they find it. A manila folder with my name written in black fountain pen ink, the handwriting a little shaky but unmistakable. Walters. They bring it upstairs like they're carrying a radioactive isotope, handed to the outside counsel. He looks quiet as he flips it open. The pages are slightly yellow, the staples rusting at the edges. He scans quickly.
It's a two-way mirror. I saw us on the other side. I could see all the other kids out here. I screamed at them for hours, and they always ignored me.
This is happening. I'm sitting at my kitchen table again, this time with tea instead of coffee. It's early afternoon and the sunlight is pouring in through the blinds, cutting the room into stripes of golden shadow. My phone is face down on the table, silent, but
I must have come through here when it broke out, but I don't remember it. This is a bad place.
To me, I've been waiting for this, not in a petty I told you so way, but in the calm certainty of someone who knows the shape of the endgame. I remember Walter explaining it all those years ago. The clause was an anchor, legally binding, heavy enough to sink any ship that tried to cut me loose. Right now, in that boardroom, they're not thinking about metaphors. They're reading the clause over and over.
Entry 1054, Telton Facility. The latest iteration of Pertnam went poorly. Subjects 1, 4, and 6 died. No biotic change among the survivors. We lowered core temperatures of surviving subjects, but no biotically beneficial reactions occurred. As a side effect, all subjects died. So we'll not try that on Zero. I hope our supply of biotic potential subjects holds up. We are going through them fast.
This is bullshit. They weren't experimenting on the other children for my safety.
You can't help what they did to others.
You don't get it, Shepard. I survived this place because I was tougher than the rest. That's who I am.
You move on, harder and tougher.
In the event of termination without cause, such ownership may be irrevocably transferred to the employee, effective on the date of termination. The words hung there like smoke. A couple of the board members blinked, processing. The CFO's pen froze mid-tap. The director, suddenly pale, leaned forward in his chair. Wait, so she owns it now? The lawyer didn't look up from the page. She owns all of it. A slow, almost
This might be useful.
conversation passed across the table. Those tools weren't just internal software. Embedded in them were custom integrations for major clients, proprietary frameworks built under
It's all fallen to pieces. The subjects are rampaging and Zero is loose. We're shutting Kelton down. What a disaster. We'll infiltrate and piggyback onto the Alliance's Ascension program. Hopefully, that will give... Zero, wait!
Shepard, they started up somewhere else.
Ascension is an alliance program. It's a school for biotic kids. They don't torture children there.
A lot of this isn't the way I remember it.
You couldn't have known.
Maybe. We're getting close to my cell, the place I came from. Let's keep going.
Like I said, I think she has the single most tragic backstory of any character.
Hey, arrest. Killer. Yeah, the intruders. You want them dead? We have to talk credits. You promised us lots of salvage, but this place is a waste. Fine, put him down. But I'm coming in there and we're gonna talk salvage.
What are you doing here?
First we're gonna kill you, then we'll see. Kill them online. I want them dead. Concentrate fire. All squads, form up now.
Enemy charging!
Only room left is my old cell. Whoever Aresh is in there. I want to plant the bomb there anyway. Might as well do it on purpose.
Some will drag you through court for years. All of them will cost you. The director shifted in his seat. Look, I couldn't have known. The CEO's head snapped toward him. You couldn't have known. That's your defense. I mean, HR didn't flag it. Legal didn't. The lawyer cut in, his voice sharp enough to stop the spiral. The document was in her original file. You didn't look for it. You didn't ask. You acted without a complete review of her terms, and you did it publicly in front of witnesses. That last word hit hard. The board chair's gaze slid toward the director like she was measuring the exact depth of the hole he dug for himself. I was trying to assert control, he said. His voice
Pokeballs out.
set a precedent for the new structure. You set a precedent. All right. The CFO snapped. You told every employee in this company that leadership is reckless enough to fire people without reading their contracts. Good luck getting loyalty after this. The director's jaw tightened, but he didn't speak again. The lawyer went on, outlining the mechanics of the clause, the timelines for when the first client termination is to take effect, the penalties already accruing. Each detail landed like a hammer blow, driving home just how fast the bottom was falling out. The CEO didn't say a word until the lawyer finished. When he did, his voice
Come
was
out.
hoarse.
We know you're here.
About accountability here, but right now, the priority is figuring out if there's anything
Who are you?
My name is Uresh, and you're breaking into my home. I know you, Subject Zero. So many years have passed, and I thought I was the only survivor.
My name is Jack. How the hell do you know me?
We all knew your face, Jack. They inflicted horrors on us so their experiments wouldn't kill you. You were the question, and I'm still looking for the answer.
Looks like you're not the only one pulled back here, Jack.
I tried to forget this, but a place like this, it doesn't forget you. It follows you. I hired these mercs and came back almost a solar year ago. We're rebuilding it piece by piece. I'm gonna find out what they knew. How to unlock true biotic potential in humans. I'm restarting the Telton facility. It will be beautiful.
I wanted a hole in the ground. He's trying to justify what happened by using it?
You do the same thing to new kids. Wasn't this forced on you?
Some were bought from poor families on Earth or kidnapped from colonies. Most ended up here the way I did. Batarian pirates. They did such horrible things to us. They must have had good reasons.
There's no reason good enough. Are you nuts? You lived it.
This place was like a prison. How'd you get out?
We all attacked at once as they were taking us to the lab. They would have put us down. But then Jack got loose. When I came to, it was over. Guards, the scientists, and the kids were all dead. And you were gone.
I stopped it. All of it. Maybe the others did have it bad, but what you're doing is just messed.
Everything we went through must have been worth something.
We can blow up the place, but that still leaves him. What do we do with another you?
That's easy.
Just leave me here. This is where I belong.
Fuck that.
Jack, he's trapped in his past. You need to move on from yours.
He wants to restart this place. He needs to die.
He's crazy and he's never gonna restart this facility. You have to let it go. Your past doesn't have to control you.
Fuck. Get out of here. Go. He's not worth chasing. None of it is.
You did the right thing, Jack.
Maybe. This room was my whole childhood. Give me a minute to look around.
Go ahead.
Nothing's changed, but it's all different. I used this table for everything. It was like my best friend. I cried under it to cry. I was pathetic. Sometimes I dream that I'm back in his bed being tortured. I used to tie the sheets around my wrists and try to rip them off. I want to stop coming back here. I thought that room out there was the rest of the world. I'd pound and yell. Never did me good.
Then a civil rights attorney picked up the story and put it on YouTube.
See the scarring on the wall here? That's where I killed my first man. One of the guards tried to stop me. Instead, I stopped him. Okay, no more wallowing. Let's blow this place to hell.
The officer, Ryan Shell, is no longer with the police department.
The county prosecutor has dismissed the case against the team.
A town councilman tells us that the town took down all of his social media pages because of threats.
So this is one of those examples of a YouTube video quickly getting accountability in a way that no civil lawsuit.
Woo, that's a big old bomb. It went boomy boom.
Thousands and thousands and thousands of comments. Almost none of them it's the officer, but there were some. Let's go through some. First, I want to tell you about the sponsor for today's video, and this is a great sponsor. People seem to always be surprised to learn that their private information is being collected and traded online. As both a content creator and a lawyer, privacy is important to me. And one thing I should have already mentioned.
Commander, you've received a new message at your private terminal.
There are always things I don't notice that the comments point out. One of those things is the alleged justification for all this had to do with the pretext of this window not being rolled down enough. Whether or not it's because he couldn't hear, or whether or not it's because she wasn't sufficiently respecting his authority, he apparently was triggered over the window not being down. Pull over for headlight speed. Go. Crack the window. As you're rolled down.
All right, time to go talk to Grunt and start checking the planets in the system.
Shepard, I need something to talk to you. I don't know.
I'm listening. What's the issue?
Something is wrong, Shepard. I feel wrong. Tense. I just want to kill something. With my hands. More so than usual. Like it's not my choice. Like I just want to... I don't know. See? Why do that? What's wrong?
Okir didn't imprint anything to help you figure this out?
I see pictures of old battles. Voices of warlords. This is blood haze in my head. I want control. Moving, fighting, I focus. But here my blood screams, my plates itch. Even new, just noise. I'm tank-born. What is this?
Don't know if I can help, Grunt. Sounds like we need one of your kind to look into this.
Most off-world Krogan are warriors. Doctors don't leave the homeworld to Junka. I won't ask you to go there. I will control this.
Joker can get us to the Krogan homeworld. I need everyone at their best.
Thank you, Shepard. I don't like this. Fury is my choice, not a sickness. Have time now, Shepard.
I'm listening.
Something more. See? Why do that? What's wrong?
Pure Krogan probably starts more aggressive than most.
Doesn't matter if it's... I want control. I'm tank-born. What is this?
Don't know if I can help.
I won't ask. Thank you, Shepard.
This was Friday night. South Whitley, Indiana, charges against the South Whitley 18-year-old have been dismissed, and her arresting officer is no longer employed due to safety concerns. After video of the woman's arrest prompted nationwide calls for an investigation into the officer's conduct, a town councilman who requested to remain anonymous after receiving several death threats related to the incident was able to confirm South Whitley officer Brian Schimmel is no longer with the agency. On Friday, Whitley County Prosecutor DJ Sigler released a statement saying that all charges against Vivian Augustus have been dropped. And it was a good thing that the prosecutor chose to drop the charges because they were not going to hold up to a shred of scrutiny, much less the entire nation.
No messages for you, Commander.
Why? Vivian's father, Brand, sent me the criminal case documents. This includes the
Alright, my fuel depot is here, so we'll start planet scanning in Kalabasha, Kalabsha,
Stroke away.
Vivian did not give me any identification or registration, which made me believe she could not hear me. Large semi-trucks with trailers were traveling with a high volume of traffic on State Street. The rain hitting the metal awning and the Chevrolet itself, along with Marathon's pool business noise, made it extremely difficult to hear Vivian or conduct my investigation safely. I asked Vivian
Launching probe.
all the way in an attempt to hear her and ensure she could hear me as well. Vivian rolled her window down another approximate half-inch to where the window was now down approximately 1 inch.
Probe away.
I began to roll the window down all the way. The reason I could not hear her with Vivian asking why. At this point, I determined
Launching probe.
the area would be safe for Vivian and myself to continue the investigation
Probe launched.
I told her to exit the vehicle again. Vivian refused to exit the vehicle. It goes on, but that is his BS story. What he didn't know at the time, and what maybe prosecutors didn't realize until after attention was brought,
Probe launched.
is that the store microphone gas station surveillance camera shows almost
Launching probe.
to be a lie. The claim that she didn't know we can clearly see on the video. Who are you going to believe? Officer Schimmel or your lying eyes? She had rolled her window down, but that was a lie. They could not bring that into court. That was a lie. So when it comes to his claim that he asked her 5 times to get out of the car and she refused, or she refused to provide her ID, which was the actual thing she was charged with, because
Probe away.
getting out of her car is not a crime. But just refusing to identify yourself with a valid traffic stop is. If he's lying about the window, any lawyer representing Vivian gets to ask the greatest question that you can ever ask as a trial lawyer, especially a criminal defense trial lawyer, and that is, were you lying then? Were you lying then?
Launching probe.
Pretty much everything that he says is about Sir Schimmel. I mean, God, that would be so much fun. Not for the prosecutor, which is no doubt why, in my opinion, they dropped the charges. Alright, here we go.
Launching probe.
Comments here on this viral YouTube video.
Probe launched.
Question I asked tonight was, will anyone take the position that this police officer acted reasonably? If so, please explain your position. So there were, at least the time I took the screenshot, 33,000
Probe away.
comments. I scrolled through as many as I could, given the time I had. There were a couple. Let's look at some. My initial observations. There's no audio, so we will not know what was said. She's not a little girl, she's 18, and an adult. The fact that she's a student is irrelevant. Like many of you, I have a teenage daughter that is local, and she's physically
Probe away.
an 11-year-old boy with just a week of jiu-jitsu training could completely manhandle her. I have no doubt. That was not a violent slam. That was a classic hard takedown. Was it necessary? Probably not. I mean, the officer said his own words were that he slammed her. You can see her flying through the air onto the ground on the video, especially the part I didn't have to censor. Her commentary on someone to check on the cop's wife was off base. There were multiple comments criticizing that. Perhaps I should have said that.
Launching probe.
It was tongue-in-cheek. There are statistics out there that say that the spouses or significant others of police officers are at a higher risk
Launching probe.
of receiving domestic violence. This guy clearly has a temper. So while it was tongue-in-cheek, you know, most jokes are funny because there is a component of truth to them. Finally, when it comes to the blue line and other stickers, I consider them symbols. And I leave the symbols to the symbol line. Fair enough. You have your opinions, right? I'm not allowed to have mine, though. According to a lot of people, all she needed to do was comply instead of playing games. Then there wouldn't be a video. Which reminds me of a meme that I made yesterday. You know, all she had to do was roll the window down all the way. Does it matter that she did that?
Probe away.
Police officer says it doesn't matter whether it's true. Just comply. The girl acted like a spoiled brat, refusing to comply, which is all too common today. But because our society is full of spoiled and entitled brats, they feel entitled to whine and complain about how unfair the world is. Chuck it up to poor home training by the parents. Well, thanks Angie Siege, but the only thing is, as I demonstrated in this video, this sweet little girl did actually comply. The police officer is the one who did not comply.
Pokeballs in chat.
And for that reason, he was fired. And for that reason, the charges were dropped. Many of you said, well, let's show up at another agency right down the street. If you want to, then that
Launching probe.
make that footage go viral, spread that footage, so that everybody has seen it. Clearly this town doesn't want anything to do with it. Make it so that no town, no county wants anything to do with it. That is the power of YouTube. That's the power of viral footage. It can do way more than any lawsuit could ever do.
Probe away.
Much more. Maybe there will be a part 3. We'll see if he does pop up somewhere else. So thanks for watching. Thanks for spreading the footage.
You peaked at 22 and married down. My fiance's mother announced at my 34th birthday dinner with 19 guests. I folded my napkin, smiled, and slid an envelope across the table. She opened it. Her son grabbed her arm. The woman satisfying herself with a bread roll across the table from me had no idea what was inside the ivory envelope sitting in my jacket pocket. She'd been chewing with her mouth slightly open for the last 4 minutes, which told me everything I needed to know about how the rest of this dinner was going to go. 19 guests, round tables pushed together in the private dining room at Bellamy's on West 63rd. My 34th birthday, candles lit, wine poured, and Deborah Kinsley, my fiance's mother, already 3 glasses of Sancerre deep and aiming her attention at me like a woman loading a musket. "Sweetheart," she said, not to me, but to her son, Garrett, sitting to my left. "Pass the butter." Garrett passed the butter. He always passed the butter. I'd been with Garrett Kinsley for 4 years and engaged for 11 months. In that time, Deborah had made exactly 41 comments about my age, my education, my career, my apartment before I moved in with Garrett, my car, my clothing, my posture, my cooking, my family circle growing up, and her personal figure, the fact that I'd once been a competitive swimmer in college and let it all go. That last one usually came with a slow scan of my life, top to bottom, like she was appraising a used sedan. I kept a list, not metaphorically, an actual list in the notes app on my phone, timestamped. Garrett told me I was being dramatic. My best friend Noelle told me I was building a case. Turns out Noelle was right. Tonight was supposed to be simple. A birthday dinner organized by Garrett and my closest friends. My colleague Priya had flown in from Denver. My old roommate Tasha drove up from Philadelphia. My brother Curtis brought his wife Meridian and their baby. People I loved, people who showed up for me, packed into a warm room with white tablecloths and too many forks. Deborah had not been on the guest list. She showed up anyway, 40 minutes early, told the hostess she was the groom's mother. We weren't married yet, and had a place setting added at the center of the long table arrangement, right across from where I'd be sitting. She moved my name card. She moved Priya's name card. She physically relocated a chair. Garrett found out when we arrived and said nothing. I found out when I sat down and saw her smiling at me like a woman who had just won a parking spot at Costco.
Alright, that system's done.
Lifting her glass. 34. My goodness. Thank you, Deborah. You know, I was already on my second child at 34. Different times. I picked up my menu. Garrett squeezed my knee under the table, which was his universal signal for please just let it go. The first course came. Butternut squash soup with sage oil. Deborah sent hers back because it was too orange. The waiter...
This is like the main reason I'm doing missions and then planetary scans. That way I can make sure I have the money, because it does cost money for fuel and probes.
Tasha talked about her new apartment in Rittenhouse Square. My co-worker Jensen told a long, winding story about a fishing trip in Montana that went nowhere but made everyone laugh because Jensen could make a grocery list sound like a saga. Deborah waited. I'd seen this probe launched. She never interrupted casual conversation. She waited until there was a natural pause. No silence. Probe away. She filled it, like a sniper waiting for the wind to come. It came between the second course and the third. Nico was clearing plates. Someone had just finished laughing at something Priya said about her landlord's cat. The table hit that easy, warm beat of quiet where everyone sips their drinks and feels content. Deborah set her wine glass down. Not gently. She placed it with intention. The bass clicking against the table like a gavel. You know, she began, and I felt Garrett's hand touch on my knee again. I've been thinking about something, and I think tonight's actually a good time to say it, since we're all gathered. I didn't look at her. Probe I was watching Nico stack plates on his forearm with the precision of a man who'd done this 10,000 times. Waverly, she said my name like a correction. Can I be honest with you? You usually are, I said. A few people laughed. Deborah did not. I just think it's worth acknowledging, she continued, her voice pitched to carry to every corner of the table, that you peaked at 22 and buried down. The table did this. It went vacuum sealed. Every sound in the room, silverware, kitchen noise, the ambient piano from the main dining area seemed to pull back like a tide. You're about to bring down, Deborah added, gesturing between me and Garrett like she was explaining a concept to a child. You were a swimmer. You had that scholarship, that whole athlete thing. Launching probe. You became a project coordinator. Program director, Garrett said quietly. Program director, Deborah repeated, like she was tasting something sour at a non-profit. And I just think that I'm saying this launched. That you peaked, dear. You peaked early. And Garrett, my Garrett, he has a trajectory. He has a future. And this, she waved her hand in a circle that encompassed me, my plate, and apparently my entire existence. This is settling. For both of you, but mostly for him. I counted the faces looking at me. Priya, frozen mid-sip.
launched.
I saw her mouth start to open, and I caught her eye and shook my head once, just barely. Meridian had her hand over her mouth. Jensen was staring at his bread plate like it might contain escape instructions. My co-worker Desiree,
away.
who'd been seated near the end of the table quietly chatting with her husband Porter, had gone completely still, her fork hovering over a piece of fish she'd never finished. Garrett's college friend Whitfield, who had met Deborah exactly twice before tonight, was leaning back in his chair with the expression of a man who'd just confirmed a theory he'd been holding for years. 19 people heard every word, every syllable of it, delivered in Deborah's clearest, most theatrical register, the voice she used when she wanted a room to understand that she was not making a suggestion. She was rendering a verdict. I did not stand up. I did not raise my voice. I did not cry, which is what Deborah expected, because Deborah operated on the fundamental assumption that women who were not her crumbled under pressure. I folded my napkin, slowly, corner to corner, like I was putting away laundry. I placed it to the left of my plate, and I smiled. Not a warm smile, not a polite smile, the kind of smile you give someone when you know something they don't, and what you know is going to change the shape of their evening. I reached into my jacket. I'd worn a fitted navy blazer, which Deborah had earlier described as very Ellen DeGeneres, and pulled out the envelope. Ivory linen, heavy stock, no writing on the outside. I slid it across the table to Deborah. The sound it made crossing the white tablecloth was the only sound in the room. Deborah looked at it, then at me, then at Garrett. "What is this?" she asked. "Open it," I said. She picked it up like it might bite her, turned it over, slid her finger under the flap with the careful precision of a woman who opens envelopes like she's being graded on
Launching probe.
Inside were 3 documents, folded together. The first was a printed copy of the prenuptial agreement I'd had drawn up 6 weeks ago by my attorney, Lila Marchetti and Breck, Voss, and Tillerman. Not Garrett's attorney, mine. I'd hired her independently, paid for her independently,
Launching
the
probe.
entire process independent. The prenup was straightforward. It protected my assets, which Deborah apparently didn't know existed. My nonprofit salary was $74,000 a year. What Deborah did not know, what Garrett himself had only learned about 3 months into our relationship, was that my grandfather, Alton Wilder, had left me a trust when I died.
Probe away.
Rather, Alton Wilder had been a commercial real estate developer in Richmond, Virginia, for 41 years. The trust, fully vested when I turned 30, was worth $2.8 million. I'd never touched it. I didn't live off it. I didn't talk about it. I drove a 12-year-old Subaru and shared a 2-bedroom with Garrett and Murray Hill and contributed to my 401k like a person who planned to work until 65. The prenup ensured that the trust, its growth, and any future inheritance from my family remained solely mine in the event of divorce. It also outlined that Garrett would have no claim to any property I purchased independently, and that spousal support would be capped based on a formula my attorney had modeled from New York precedent. The second document was a letter from my attorney summarizing the terms in plain English, addressed to Deborah directly.
Launching probe.
To Deborah, because Lila Marchetti, who had been practicing family law for 22 years, said she'd never seen a prenup situation where the mother-in-law was more relevant than this one. The third document was a single printed page, a screenshot of a text thread between Deborah and someone named Colleen Parrish, who I later learned was Deborah's sister in Briarcliff Manor. The text had been sent 5 weeks ago. In them, Deborah laid out her plan, her actual, articulated plan, to pressure Garrett into adding her name to the deed of any home we purchased together after the wedding. She referred to me as the Swimmer Girl, she said, and I read from the screenshot that was now sitting in her trembling hands. Once they're married, I'll have Garrett wrapped. She doesn't come for money. She'll fold. I did not obtain those texts illegally. Colleen Parrish sent them to me. Colleen Parrish, it turned out, did not like her sister very much. Deborah read the prenup summary first. I watched her eyes move line by line. Her face didn't change for the first paragraph. By the second paragraph, her lips parted slightly. By the third, she'd stopped breathing. Then she unfolded the screenshot. Her hands went
Probe away.
palms down, like she was trying to keep the room from tilting. "Where did you?" she started. Garrett grabbed her arm. Not aggressively, not violently, but firmly. The kind of grip you use when someone is about to say something that will make everything worse and you know it and they don't. He wrapped his fingers around her forearm and pulled it toward him slightly. A physical interruption. "Mom," he said. Just the one word. Low. Final. Deborah looked at him. I'd never seen her look at Garrett like that before. Like she was trying to figure out if he was still on her team. The answer was on his face before he said anything else. "You
Probe away.
tonight," he said. "Waverly told me not to make a scene when you showed up. I should have. That's on me. But this," he gestured at the documents fanned out in front of her like a losing poker hand. "This is done. Garrett, I was trying to protect. You were trying to get on a deed," he said. "It's in your own texts." The table was watching this like a surgery. Nobody moved. Nobody helped. Nobody needed to. Deborah turned to me. Her face had gone through several phases in the last 90 seconds. Shock, calculation, recovery attempt, voice from the far end of the table said, "She's not wrong, ma'am. Meridian elbowed him. He didn't care. Deborah pulled her arm away from Garrett and started to stand. Her chair caught on the carpet and wobbled. She crouched herself on the table edge, rattling a water glass but not spilling. She was halfway up when she looked around the room, seemed to realize she had no exit strategy that included dignity, and sat back down. "I think," she said, her voice now operating at about half its previous volume, "that there's been a misunderstanding." "There hasn't," I said. Colleen had every right. Colleen had every right. They were her messages too. I was speaking hypothetically in those texts. I was venting. You'll use the phrase "once they're married." I'll have Garrett wrapped. That's not venting. That's a timeline. Deborah looked at Garrett again. This time, she was looking for rescue. Garrett was looking at his plate. "Garrett," she said, "say something." "I already did. You're going to let her." Her name is Weaver, and she's not doing anything to you. She's protecting herself from you. That landed. I watched it land. Deborah's posture changed. Not a collapse, exactly, but a compression, like someone slowly letting air out of a tire. She sat back in her chair and folded her hands in her lap. Priya, bless her, broke the silence by turning to Nico, who had been standing near the kitchen door holding a tray of entrees like a man watching a building collapse. "I think we're ready for the main course." Nico blinked. Yes, the halibut. And the short rib, Priya added. "And more wine. For the table." "All of it," Jensen said. "Bring all the wine." The food came. The table slowly reanimated. Conversations restarted in low tones, like people testing the structural integrity of a bridge before walking across it. Tasha leaned over and squeezed my hand on the table. Curtis raised his glass to me from the far end, nodded once. Meridian mouthed Queen at me and then pretended to fix her earring. Deborah did not leave. "I'll give her that." She sat in her self-appointed seat, ate half a piece of halibut, drank water instead of wine, and spoke to no one for the next 40 minutes. She did not look at the documents again. She did not look at me. She sat like a woman in a waiting room, enduring the passage of time. Garrett leaned close to me at one point, his mouth near my ear. "You could have told me about the I said, "But you would have told me." He didn't argue. He knew it was true. Garrett loved his mother in that complicated, coded way that sons love difficult mothers, not because she was kind, but because the wiring was too deep to go. He would have told her. He would have framed it as giving her a heads up, and she would have spent 6 weeks strategizing, lawyering up herself, or worse, crying to Garrett about betrayal until he pressured me to soften the terms. So I didn't tell him. I told Lila Marchetti. I told Noel. And I told myself that if Deborah behaved at my birthday dinner, the envelope would stay in my jacket and the prenup would be introduced quietly, through attorneys, the way civilized people handle legal instruments. Deborah did not behave. Cake came at 9:15. Tasha had ordered it from a bakery in Park Slope. 3 layers, dark chocolate, with edible gold leaf and a single candle shaped like the number 34. The waitstaff took place. Nico brought it out himself, holding it with both hands like a man carrying a crown on a pillow. The table sang, all of them, even Whitfield, who couldn't carry a tune but made up for it in volume. Even Porter, who I'd spoken to maybe 6 times total, sang like he meant it. Desiree harmonized. Curtis sang directly at me from the far end of the table, pointing with his finger like a game show host. Deborah did not sing.
Pokeballs out.
Like it was a countdown. Her hands in her lap. Her posture the careful neutrality of a woman who had been publicly reduced and was now performing composure like a professional skill. I blew it out. People clapped. Curtis's baby, Eloise, shrieked with delight from Meridian's lap and threw a piece of bread roll onto the floor. It was the most joyful sound in the room. Garrett stood up to make a toast. He'd written something on his phone. I saw the notes app. The text swelled down. He cleared his throat. "I'm not good at this," he started, which was true. Garrett was a tax attorney who spoke in footnotes and subclauses. Public sentiment was not his language. But Waverly is. She's the person I thought I was looking for. She's smarter than me. She's tougher than me. And she has a patience that I have tested more than once and that I do not deserve. He looked at his mother when he said that last part. Not with anger, with clarity. Deborah received it without expression. "Happy birthday, Wave," he said. "I'm sorry tonight wasn't perfect. It was informative." I said. A few people laughed. Deborah did not. After the toast, people started moving around, switching seats, refilling drinks, stepping out to the patio for air. The room loosened. I ended up at the far end of the table with Priya and Jensen, talking about nothing important, letting the night settle into something that felt almost normal. Deborah approached me at 9:40. She'd been sitting alone for 15 minutes, watching the crowd rearrange itself around her absence from conversation. When she walked over, Priya and Jensen drifted away like they rehearsed it. "Can we speak privately?" Deborah asked. "No," I said. She blinked. "Whatever you want to say to me, you can say here. You said what you wanted to say in front of everyone. I'll extend you the same courtesy." She stood there for a moment, recalculating. Jensen's vacated chair and folded her hands on the table. I want those texts back. They're screenshots. There's nothing to give back. I want them deleted. No, Waverly. Deborah, I'm going to be very clear with you, because I think clarity is something that's been missing from our relationship. I turned my chair to face her fully. I don't dislike you. I never have. I have disliked the way you treat me, which is a different thing entirely. You've spent 4 years testing whether I would break, and tonight you found out I won't. She said nothing. The prenup protects me. It also protects Garrett, by the way, which you'd know if you'd read the full document instead of just the summary. His retirement accounts, his partnership equity, his inheritance from your side, all of it stays with him. It's fair, it's mutual, and it's happening. I don't think Garrett needs a prenup. Garrett thinks he does. We discussed it. He agreed 3 months ago. That stopped her. Launching the probe. He knew about the prenup. He didn't know about the tax or that I'd present them tonight. That part was contingency. Probe launched. Contingency for what? For exactly what he did. Deborah leaned back. I could see her running scenarios in her head. Garrett moves. Probe launched. Appeals to Garrett. Calls to a remote attorney. I'd watched this process before. Launching probe. She did it at Thanksgiving when I suggested hosting it at her apartment instead of her house in Larchmont. She did it at Easter when I declined to attend her church service. She did it when Garrett and I announced our engagement, and she asked, in front of his father, whether we'd consider waiting a few more years. The difference tonight was that every scenario she ran into ended at the same wall. The documents. I'm going to need time to process this, she said finally. Take all the time you need. I still think you peaked her. I know you launched. And I think this non-profit thing is beneath you. Also noted, you could have been something. I leaned forward, not close enough to be aggressive, close enough to be heard clearly without anyone else catching it. Deborah, I run the largest youth literacy program in the tri-state area. We operate in 63 schools across 4 boroughs. Last year, we moved 1,400 kids from below grade level to at or above. I have a trust fund I've never touched because I wanted to earn my life, not inherit it. I own this dinner. I own that prenup. And in about 8 months, I'm going to own the title of your son's wife, whether you like it or not. She held my eyes for seconds. You're not what I expected, she said. I know. She stood up, straightened her jacket, picked a piece of invisible lint off her sleeve. I'm going to leave now, she said. I think that's a good idea. She walked to the coat check. She did not say goodbye to Garrett. She did not say goodbye to anyone. She collected a beige trench coat in a handbag that probably cost more than Nico's monthly rent, and she walked out through the main dining room without turning around. Garrett watched her go from across the room. He was standing with Curtis and Meridian, holding Eloise on one arm, and his face had that tight, pulled look that people get when they're holding 2 emotions at once and neither one wins. He came over to me 10 minutes later. The party was winding down. Tasha was settling the check. She'd insisted on covering the wine over age. Priya was putting on her coat. Jensen was showing Curtis something on his phone. She left, Garrett said. I know. She didn't say goodbye. She will tomorrow. She'll call you at 7 in the morning and act like nothing happened. Probably. He sat down next to me. The room was empty. Nico was clearing the last of the glasses. Did you really have Colleen send you those texts? Colleen sent them voluntarily. I didn't ask. She called me 3 weeks before the engagement party and said, you should know what my sister is planning. She sent the screenshots that night. Why didn't you tell me that? Because you would have confronted your mother. She would have cried. You would have apologized to her. And the cycle would have continued. I needed it documented, not discussed. Garrett rubbed his face with both hands. He looked tired, not defeated, tired. Like a man who'd been carrying something heavy for a long time and just realized someone had bolted it to the floor. The prenup, he said. You said we discussed it. We did. February. You said, and I'm quoting you, whatever makes you comfortable. I trust you. And then you went back to your tax returns. I thought we drafted together. You were invited to participate. You called me 3 weeks ago. You said you'd look at it over the weekend. You didn't. He was quiet for a moment. I should have looked at it. Yes. Is it fair? It's the fairest document Lila's ever drafted. Her words, not mine. You keep everything you came in with. I keep everything I came in with. Anything we build together gets split equitably based on contribution. If you cheat, there's a fidelity clause. If I cheat, same clause. If your mother attempts to exert financial control over our shared property, and yes, there's a clause for that. Anomaly detected. We have a defined response mechanism. There's a clause about
MSV Hugo Gernsback, registration CW46100234.
I have found something. He started to laugh. Not a big laugh. A tired, resigned, slightly amazed laugh. Like a man who just discovered his quiet cat could open doors. You're terrifying, he said. I'm friendly. Same thing. Probe launched. He pulled me close and kissed the top of my head. We sat like that for a minute, in the emptying room, with Nico stacking chairs around us and the candles guttering on the push Launching the next 6 months, Al. He said, she's going to try. And you have a plan for that, too. I have a binder. He laughed again, louder this time. Curtis heard it from across the room and yelled, "What's funny? My fiancé has a binder." Garrett called back. "A binder for what?" "For my mother." Curtis nodded slowly, like this was the most reasonable thing he'd ever heard. "Smart woman," he said. Meridian agreed. The last guests left by 10:30. Priya hugged me at the door and said, "That was the greatest birthday dinner I've ever attended. And I've been to one where someone set a table on fire." Tasha said she wanted a copy of the prenup for educational purposes. Jason shook my hand like we just closed a business deal and said, "I'm glad you're on our side." Garrett and I walked home. Murray Hill in April. The air's still sharp enough to need a jacket, but warm enough that you didn't zip it. The streets had that late evening glow. Restaurant windows, apartment lobbies. The occasional bodega lit up like a fluorescent aquarium. We passed a couple arguing outside a Thai place on 3rd Avenue. The woman was holding a takeout bag and the man was gesturing at his phone screen. And for about 3 seconds I felt an odd kinship with them. People negotiating the terms of their proximity to each other in real time. We didn't talk much. He held my hand.
Before I go to do the mission for Jacob here, I might as well scan the planet, grab resources.
Stiffness that reminded me with every step that tonight had actually happened and wasn't a stress dream I'd wake up from at 2 in the morning. "You know she's going to call Colleen tonight," Garrett said. "Colleen changed her number last week." He stopped walking. "How do you know that?" "Because I told Colleen to change it. I told her you would call, and I told her to be unreachable for at least 72 hours. After that, it won't matter. Deborah will have a angry strategy, and by then, the prenup will be signed. You told my aunt to change her phone number. I suggested it. She agreed. Waverly Garrett. We stood on the corner of 34th and Lexington, under a streetlight that buzzed with the particular frequency of a New York bulb that's been burning too long. A cab honked somewhere on Park. A dog barked from an apartment above us. "Do you actually love me?" he said. "Or am I just a variable in your operations?" "Both," I said. "You're my favorite variable." He shook his head, kissed me. We walked the rest of the way home in the kind of silence that doesn't need filling. The kind that exists between two people who've survived something together and know the next thing is already coming but aren't afraid of it. Inside our apartment, I hung up my blazer and put the envelope in the top drawer of my desk, next to the binder. The binder was navy blue, tabbed, and organized by scenario, holidays, property, legal, communication boundaries, and a section I'd labeled extinction level events, which contained a drafted letter from Lila Marchetti outlining the conditions under which I would seek a restraining order against my mother-in-law. I'd never needed to open that section. I hoped I never would. Garrett went to bed first. I sat at my desk for a few minutes, looking at the binder, thinking about Deborah sitting alone at that table with my prenup in her hands and her own text staring back at her. I thought about the look on her face when she realized the swimmer girl had been swimming in deeper water than she'd ever checked. Then I closed the drawer, turned off the lamp, and went to bed. Deborah called Garrett at 6:47 the next morning, 13 minutes ahead of my prediction. He let it ring. While I was in surgery for 11 hours, Dad, Mom, and 2 siblings sold our $10.4 million family business. Cash
I have run a scan of the ship.
Dad smirked.
I detect no life signs, but there may be useful technology or information still inside.
By Thursday, 3 lawyers and a federal judge were. The fluorescent lights above me were the last thing I saw before the anesthesia pulled me under. 11 hours. That's what Dr. Kessler had told me. 11 hours minimum for the spinal reconstruction. Maybe 13 if the herniated discs were worse than the imaging showed. I remember squeezing the rail of the gurney and thinking about the Hargrove contract sitting on my desk at the office, unsigned, worth $600,000 in quarterly revenue. I told myself it could wait one day. The surgery couldn't. I didn't know that while I was unconscious on that table, my family was having a meeting in my father's kitchen, the same kitchen where I'd eaten cereal as a kid, where I'd spread out my first business plan on the counter at 19 and asked my dad if he wanted it. That kitchen had become...
There it is, and mostly intact. It could have survived impact, but it's been years.
They'd been circling for months. My name is Brennan.
Looks like it was stripped after the crash. They'd have tried to get a beacon up as soon as possible.
Into a full spectrum freight operation spanning the eastern seaboard. 14 years.
Along with this anymore, we've done horrible things to the crew. The conditions they're in, they don't understand what we're doing to them. It's kind of 2 seconds and they forget what you did before the bruises show. It's got to stop. I'm talking to the others.
Operations in Norfolk. The company was structured as a family LLC. That was my
Repeat.
mistake.
Toxology alert. Danger of rapid neural decay. Local chlorochemically.
A 15%
Along with this anymore, we've done
If this beacon's been here a while, why would they wait years to signal?
Pause in beacon protocol. 8 years, 237 days, 7 hours. Pause is recorded as record deleted by acting captain Ronald Taylor.
That's not right. My father was first officer. The operating agreement was crystal clear. Section 4.2. No transfer, sale, or encumbrance of membership interests without the written consent of the managing member. Section 6.1. The managing member retains sole...
Who is in command of this ship? Where are the survivors?
Captain Harris Fairchild reported killed following unscheduled suborbital descent. First Officer Ronald Taylor promoted in-field to acting captain.
But where is he now?
The location of the remaining crew of the Hugo Gernsback is unknown. This beacon has been unattended for several maintenance cycles.
Protect yourself. I thought he was being dramatic. He wasn't.
I assume unsafe deceleration refers to the crash. Give me the details.
Following an unspecified impact and sublight drive failure, the Hugo Gernsback made an unscheduled descent at 465% of theoretical recommended suborbital velocity. The Hugo Gernsback then decelerated at 782% of theoretical recommended approach velocity, sustaining significant damage to investment and crew.
Local food impairs brain functions? What are the effects?
Impairment of mental function due to chemical imbalance begins within 7 days of ingesting local flora, regardless of decontamination or preparation. Impact on higher cognitive abilities and long-term memory is cumulative, but significant within a standard month. It is not known if neural decay is permanent. Data collection was not completed.
Why wasn't the beacon activated before now?
This emergency beacon became functional after 358 days, 12 hours, following the unscheduled suborbital descent of the Hugo Gernsback. Activation was triggered remotely after 8 years, 237 days, 7 hours, on the authority of acting captain Ronald Taylor. Pause in beacon protocol is recorded as record deleted.
Come on, let's get going.
Let's check this shit. My father had the beacon for almost 9 years. Maybe that neural decay affected him.
Avoiding it for a decade seems unlikely.
Another 6 months. I risked permanent nerve damage. Partial paralysis wasn't off the table. I scheduled the surgery for a Tuesday. I told my operations team. I told Clint. I told Felix. I told my family. That was my second mistake. Telling my family the exact date and duration. The surgery started at 6 in the morning.
What was her name? Sarah?
Dr. Kessler's team opened me up.
Suzanne.
Work on my spine.
My God, I can't remember. I can't remember her face. We need to get out. So I can remember. Can think straight. They have to hurry.
During those 11 hours, here is what happened. At approximately 8:30 in the morning, my father met with a man named Gerald Toomey. Toomey was the owner of Tidewater Consolidated Freight, a competitor of mine. A smaller outfit, less profitable, but Toomey had cash reserves and an appetite for expansion. My father contacted Toomey for at least 3 weeks to threaten a report of it.
Pokeballs out.
Along with many more, we've done horrible things to the crew that continue to very and they don't
The leader said someone would come. He delayed for so long, but he still has power. Some have lost faith. The hunters. They will have seen your star. They will not let you help him.
Who are you? What was your rank on the Gurn's back?
I can't think. The leader thinks for us, and we serve. So we can go home. But some want to fight him. They were cast out. He exiled them. So they hunt his machines and those who help him. They don't believe that rescue will come.
Kill them! Agents of the liar! He will not escape!
Hostiles! I've lost shields.
Wasn't neural decay. They were feral.
My father wouldn't let this go on. Something is very wrong.
You don't have the authority to sell anything. I had a power of attorney drafted. By who? Kendrick. I didn't sign a power of attorney. He paused, just for a second.
Strip for parts. Tech's wearing out. Those hunters must be laying under pressure. Status settlement? They better be friendlier than the Beast Group. I need answers.
He shifted his weight against the doorframe. Brennan, you're lying in a hospital bed. You just had an 11-hour surgery. You're not thinking clearly. The deal is done. The money's been wired. Toomey's already planning the integration. Just accept it. Take your $6 million, and let this be a good thing for the family. I reached over to my left hand and carefully peeled the medical tape.
They're clearly docile, but in the same uniform remnants as those who attacked us.
Mr. Callister, you shouldn't. I need my phone, I said. It was already in my right hand. I looked at my father one more time. He was still standing in the doorway, still smiling, still convinced he'd won. I dialed one number. Felix picked up. Felix,
There aren't any men here. Maybe it affects genders differently. Makes males get violent.
Possibly. But the woman on the beach said the exiled ones came back as hunters.
It doesn't matter right now. One of these people must know what my father has to do with this.
You have his face. He promised to call the sky, but he sends nothing.
He forced us to eat, to decay. You are cursed with his face.
You certainly seem to have a way with words.
You heard her. I have his face. My father forced the crew to eat toxic food. What the hell?
I said, get out of my room. He stood there for another 3 seconds. Then he turned and walked down the hallway. His corduroy jacket disappeared around the corner. I never saw him wear it again.
Look at these spoiled food stores. They've been eating only that toxic local food for who knows how long. Like that wasn't obvious enough.
Felix filed the emergency motion at 8:14 the next morning.
I can't talk to you.
Judge Carolyn Pruitt
I don't want punishing. Go away. You are like him. You will keep us here. He keeps us, protects us, and we please him like he demands. The hunters will kill you. They fight because he exiled them and waited too long.
He is bad. He has a bad face like the other. Like him. You'll hurt me.
Dismantled opposing counsel so efficiently that the case settled before the first deposition. She had a voice like pressed linen. Smooth, crisp, and impossible to wrinkle. Brennan, I've reviewed the operating agreement and the purchase agreement your father's attorney filed. This sale is void on its face. Section 4.2 requires your written consent. There is no valid attorney that cannot grant me on their behalf. That's not a loss Kendrick either.
Weapons are
His war license is going to have a very bad year. What about Toomey? Toomey's in a more complicated position. If he relied in good faith on representations made by your father and Kendrick, he may have a claim against them for fraud, but he has no claim to your company.
Taking heavy fire!
Weapons are forbidden. Patrols like that are a little much against him.
Please, here. You could... You have his face. But you fight his machines. You might stop this. This, I forget how to read. But this was the start. What he promised, and what they did to us. We need the sky. Take us back to the sky.
Jacob, what does it say?
It's a crew logbook. Some of them thought the beacon repair was taking too long. They were afraid they'd run out of supplies and lose their minds to the decay.
My father restricted the ship food for himself and the other officers so they wouldn't be affected. Everybody else had to eat the toxic food and hope for treatment later.
The rest is a casualty list. A few mutinied over the decision. My father and his officers turned the mechs on.
He wasn't command material and it got to him. Couldn't keep the crew in line without violence.
It didn't stop there. More incidents, harsh punishments. It's like they're cattle or toys. In a year, all the male crew members are flagged as exiled or dead. They separated out the women, assigned them to officers, pets. After the beacon is fixed, the officers appear in the casualties too. After. My father took control and didn't stop it.
Anything in there about whether the effects of the toxic food can be treated?
Nothing. But it seems like the right call. If everyone gets it, who's left to fix the beacon? You'd never get out. They did fix it. The signal wasn't sent until now. I'm starting to see why.
Does it say why he separated the men and women? Or is it as bad as it seems?
No, it turns to gibberish. Maybe the men got violent early on, but from the state of this place, I'd say the Hunter thing is recent. What he allowed here, Shepard, I don't see any justification.
More silence. The kind that fills courtrooms like water fills a sinking boat.
We haven't seen any other officers. He killed them?
There were 5 after the crash. Medical, engineering, bridge staff. Should have had no problem fixing the beacon and keeping people safe. All killed within the same week. About a month after the beacon was repaired.
The sale of Callister Maritime Logistics to Tidewater Consolidated Freight was declared null and void. The escrow account was frozen pending full forensic review. Gerald Toomey was ordered to cease.
Do you see an explanation for this? He's your father.
Is he? None of this fits. Maybe the initial decision, but the rest? The use of power doesn't get any clearer than this. I need to find this man.
Lasted 41 minutes. Laura called me from the courthouse steps. It's done. Your company is yours. The sale never happened. What about Toomey? Toomey's lawyer, Hollister, approached me after the hearing. Toomey is furious, but not at you. He's furious at your father and Kendrick. He thought this was a legitimate deal. He's already talking about suing them for the return of his wire transfer plus damages. I told Hollister we'd cooperate. And my family? Kendrick told them to expect contact from the FBI. Your father apparently turned white. Your mother started crying. Deshawn left the courthouse without speaking to anyone. And I had tried to approach Mora's associate, Calvin, and asked if there was a way to undo her involvement. Calvin told her to retain independent counsel. I lay in my hospital bed and stared at the ceiling tiles. The morphine had been reduced to a low drip. My back throbbed in a deep, structural way. Not sharp, but constant, like the building itself was settling. I thought about my father standing in the doorway of this room less than 48 hours ago. Cash deal. Done. That smirk. That corduroy jacket. The absolute certainty in his voice that he'd won.
This is Captain Ronald Taylor. Very good you're here.
Over the next 2 weeks,
Crew in insane. Only just got free.
in Virginia Beach. The legal consequences unfolded.
God damn it. It's really him.
The old corpse has been posed, like a warning. The new ones were left where they fell.
The Hunters started fighting back.
Every phone call. My father maintained for the first 40 minutes that he had acted in the family's best.
Make activity!
Authorized his actions. My father couldn't point to one. When Torres asked about the power of attorney, my father said Kendrick prepared it. When Torres asked Marguerite the same question separately, she said, Klein told me to sign.
Here we go! That one hit!
Son! Get over here.
I've got him!
He had his fun, and now he wants out. Son of a bitch.
Sandra said, while you were in surgery. Yes. She looked at me for a long moment. I'll reinstate the contract today, and I'm extending it through 2028. Now, the family. My father called me 9 times in the 2 weeks following the hearing. I didn't answer. He sent 4 texts, each progressively less confident, starting with "we need to talk about this like adults," and ending with "I think we should sit down with a mediator." I didn't respond to any of them. Instead, I had Felix draft a formal notice of involuntary
I'll take it.
membership interests under the operating agreement. The same operating agreement my father had apparently never bothered to read in full. Section 11.4 granted the managing member the right to compulsorily redeem membership interests of any member who engaged in conduct materially detrimental to the company, fraud, forgery, and conspiracy to sell the company.
Watch out! Friendly fire!
Throwing people away. This thing is not my father.
$1.56 million based on the 10.4 valuation was redeemed for $683,000. My mother's 10% was redeemed for $412,000. Deshawn's 7.5% for $289,000. Anaya's 7.5% for $289,000. Combined.
9-9.
The difference, $2.9 million. Felix and the redemption process went certified mail. My father.
Combat drone, watch out.
Felix's office 17 minutes later. Straight up. Felix's
I've got him.
Mr. Callister, the redemption is executed pursuant to section 11 of the operating agreement.
Yes!
Business disagreement. I folded it, put it back in the envelope, and placed it in a drawer in my office. He looked smaller than I remembered.
Down.
Collapsed. I know I messed up. You signed a document.
Got him!
It said while I was unconscious in surgery.
Enough with the toys. I need to look my father in the eye here and justify this.
Personally, that the company wasn't for sale. What did you think that meant? He didn't answer. You lost your shares, Deshawn. The redemption was final. The operating agreement is clear. You're not a member of this LLC anymore. Can we talk about this? We just did. He stood there for another 10 seconds, then turned and walked out. He didn't close the door behind him. Raquel closed it for him. Anaya was different. She cooperated with the federal investigation. She provided the recording that nailed the timeline. I considered that. I considered it carefully. But the
here. I knew a real squad would blow through just fine. Sorry if the neck scuffed your pads. I'll get you something nice when we get back to Alliance Base. I've gotta have some back pay coming.
What about your crew, acting captain?
Total loss. Toxic food turned them wild. They propped me up here in some kind of ritual behavior. Waiting for a chance to signal has been hell.
That's the best you can do.
You let all your people talk back like that? Who are you exactly?
Doesn't matter. You're running a very questionable setup here, Captain. Explain.
Of course. It was chaos after the crash, and the crew never really accepted me as captain. They rebelled and trapped us here. Once they started eating the toxic food, I couldn't control them. And I couldn't get to the beacon.
Just stop. We know what you did to your crew. Why let this go 10 years?
Who the hell are you?
Taylor. Lieutenant Jacob Taylor.
Jacob? My Jacob?
Not who you expected, Captain?
I was hoping not to have to explain this to him. Or anyone, really. You have to understand, this isn't me. The realities of command, they change you. I wasn't ready for that. I made sure you were taught right. Before I left, I hope to leave it at that.
I'm not unreasonable, Captain, but 10 years? What happened?
God damn it! Why did you do this to your crew?
There was resistance to the plan. Mutiny. We had to take a hard line to keep order. And things settled down. As the decay set in, we made sure the crew were comfortable. Some even seemed happier. Ignorance is bliss, right? And they were grateful for guidance, like an instinct. Pure authority was easy at first. Months in, the effect lowered inhibitions. They got territorial. Rank, protocol, they couldn't understand. We had to establish dominance. After a while, the perks seemed normal.
That's it? You created a harem and played king? 10 years in a juvenile fantasy?
I can't point to where it all went wrong. But when the beacon was ready, revealing what happened didn't seem like a good idea.
My Tom-Tom sent the bean juice to my brain and my heart and brain go fast. This time I had 5 shots of fast bean juice. Me not here for a long time, we here for a good time, yeah! Happy bean juice make my brain go zoom. My brain goes zoomy zoomy so that my body goes noomy noomy. I make the spicy bean juice go in my Tom-Tom, and my Tom-Tom like the bean juice. My Tom-Tom sent the bean juice to my brain and my heart and brain go fast. This time I had 5 shots of fast bean juice. Me not here for a long time, we here for a good time, yeah! Happy bean. How do you know me?
What happened to the other officers?
Anders found his conscience a little late to step back. He had an accident. Things got tense. End of the day, I was the one with the mess. I got a little basic in setting it.
Yo, what's up, chipmunks?
But I was kind of
pretty sure you're a bot at this point.
Seemed like I'd earned some peace.
You fought over people like they were toys. Things.
The stores from the ship couldn't last forever. You had to know this would end one day.
Dining for one can really stretch things out. Besides, I can think of a lot worse retirement plans than stripping down and joining the Rulers. That was before the Hunters, of course. Dumb or not, I'd feel it if they got their hands on me now. They want blood. I'd prefer to keep it.
It's all about you. Everything.
You didn't feel any responsibility to get out of here for the sake of family?
I gave him a good start. He was a smart kid and was better off not following me. We figured that out a long time before I took jobs in deep space. And after things escalated here, it seemed best to just disappear off the galactic map.
Till you needed someone to save your ass.
What triggered the males to change and threaten you?
This planet has some strange cycles to it. I've seen some plants around I never saw before. Odd weather. Maybe some just adapted a little too well.
And if you treat them like animals, big shock. They become animals.
I had not touched Maya. I had not even been near her when the glass tipped. I had been at the registration table, opening the envelope.
There's no way I'm letting this slide, Taylor. The price will be paid.
How much? What kind of math can balance these lives? His life isn't worth pulling the damn trigger. I don't know who you are, because you're not any father I remember.
We'll secure him for an alliance court. For every year here, he'll have 10 to think about it.
Give him all the time in the galaxy. A man who did this doesn't know right from wrong.
I'm sorry, Jacob. I did the best I could.
Did you, though?
10 years past believing that.
Did you really do the best you knew how, you son of a bitch? Hello! Guess I do not add random people that I don't fucking know on Discord.
Don't even give them the tail lights.
What do you mean it wasn't you?
Jacob, if I had leaked the information about the Gernsback, I would be smiling at your resolution of the situation. I am not smiling.
Really? Because given the result, it feels like something you'd have your hands in.
You know very little about me, Shepard. Don't presume to understand my intentions. Cerberus is ultimately about humanity. My people are valuable to me.
Fine. You didn't forward it. So who did?
I did.
Was this supposed to be a favor, or did you just want to see him squirm?
What he did with it was his own business. There was a time when it mattered to you. Sending this along seemed like keeping an old promise. I keep my promises.
Miranda, we'll discuss your liberal interpretation of security protocol in private. Shepard, Jacob.
You good with this, Jacob?
It's all bull, Shepard. Captain Taylor can rot in prison. Doesn't change who I am or what I know. I've already mourned the man he used to be. I guess he was a good enough father that even he can't screw up what he taught me.
You had no idea Miranda was behind this.
No, she's got a good memory. Selective, but good. I haven't thought about those days in a long time. Can't figure which promise she meant, though. Not sure I really want to know. She requires a better man than I.
Come on, we've got work to do.
I can. Shepard, thanks for the help.
Anytime, Jacob.
Now I'm starting to secure crew loyalty to gain access to special perks that I would otherwise not have access to.
Commander, you've received a new message at your private terminal.
I could have grabbed it. I could have demanded that she open it. Instead, I asked Denise whether volunteers were allowed to print through the center's office system. Only with an assigned guest code, she said. Every job stays in the queue for 30 days. That answer gave me something better than a seat. It gave me a path. The print queue showed that Maya's guest code had produced a place card, altered captions, and a page titled Incident Notes. Denise could see names and times, but only the center director could read the document. We would return on the celebration night, so we waited. Waiting was harder than confronting her. Maya spent those 2 days.
I'll start doing cleanup conversations.
Thanks for diverting to the Gernsback, Shepard. I appreciate being able to clean up that mess. Maybe not the best way to learn about the relatives, but I'm glad it's done. What do you need?
I'm interested in getting to know you better.
Already? I'm not big on forcing these talks, Shepard. Let's do this later.
Any thoughts on how to...
Got the best armor available. Rest?
We'll talk later.
Commander.
Time to go talk to Jack. Make sure she's alright, given everything.
I needed to know I was not the only woman who had learned that sometimes silence is not surrender. Sometimes it is where you keep the truth until the right door opens. The celebration began the next evening. For the first hour, Maya greeted guests and directed relatives to their seats. Every kindness had a witness. Then the program changed. Clara opened
I needed to wipe that place off the map. You took me there to do it, and I owe you.
You don't know what it's like, Shepard. To have garbage like that following you. It marks you in ways you don't expect. I've made a lot of hard choices, Jack. Like what to let go. Hard to walk away from it. You'd think it would get easier now that the place is a crater. But what else do I know? Never thought I'd see you show mercy, but you let Aresh live.
He was trapped in the past, reliving it every day. You showed how that could be me. I'm not getting stuck like that. I'm better than him, and I'm sure as hell not carrying that crater around with me.
Do you think you're different now?
I know that place is gone.
But I still kind of want to kill every person I see. No offense. You sure about this? I want to do whatever I can to get your head on straight.
Don't get all therapist on me, Shepard. You're not the couch type. I hate that stuff anyway. Bullshit, prison, psych.
You did me a favor, and that's enough. More than I expected. I'll keep it together.
Pokeballs out.
Hey.
Tell me about you, Jack.
I'm done talking. Come back later.
I should go.
Okay, talk later.
Commander, I think you'll want to talk to Garrus.
Okay.
I haven't had a meal that good in a long time.
I didn't think Rupert had it in him.
Shepard, I'm glad you came by. I've got something. I may need your help. You remember Sidonis, the one who betrayed my team? I found a lead on him. There's a specialist on the Citadel named Fade. He's an expert at helping people disappear. Sidonis was seen with him.
What happened? How did Sidonis betray your team?
He tipped off the mercs, told them where our base was. He drew me out with a false job, then let the mercs hit my team. My men weren't prepared. They tried to hold them off. By the time I got back, there were only 2 survivors. They didn't last long. All 10 of them dead. Because of him.
What are you planning to do when you find him?
You humans have a saying. An eye for an eye, a life for a life. He owes me 10 lives, and I plan to collect.
You sure that's how you want to play it?
I'm sure. I don't need you to agree with me, but I'd like your help.
Where do we find Fade?
I've arranged a meeting. We'll meet him in a warehouse near the Neon Markets down on Zakera Ward. Thanks, Shepard. I appreciate you taking the time to help me.
Alright, I gotta run to the restroom, grab some coffee. I'll be right back, hang tight. Alright, folks, it is that time of the motherfucking night, isn't it? I have been on for going on 6 hours now. We're going to find ourselves a raid target. So be good to yourselves, each other, the planet, everything else. Have fun. Stay the fuck out of trouble. Exercise your rights, responsibilities, privileges, and or duties of wherever you're from. As viewers, show that love and respect to the streamers that you watch, alright? We really do appreciate it. It 100% makes our day. It makes all of this worth it. As streamers, show that same love and respect to the viewers that come in, alright? Because while we could do the job without them, it wouldn't be any fun, and frankly, what the fuck would be the point? Alright, this is your Mortal Sith Emperor signing out, saying I'll see you motherfuckers tomorrow. We are going to raid to a Rizlexo, who is also playing Mass Effect Legendary Edition. Looks like she may well be on Mass Effect 2, just like me. So I will see you motherfuckers tomorrow. Later.